Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Chasing Labels, or Spine Number, rather. We call them spine numbers around here. This is Spine Number, or episode number 170, and I am your host, Andrew Cabral, and we are back here once again to, for those of you who have not been here before, and for those of you who are returning viewers or listeners or whatever, you'll be used to this, but for those of you who are new, this is a bi-weekly or every other week show where we go over most of the announcements that have happened in the boutique world of home video, or home entertainment, home video, whatever you want to call it. Basically things that I'm interested in adding to my collection, things that I find interesting, things you may want to add to your collection. It's a pretty much all dependent on my tastes and likes, which may or may not align with your taste and likes, but hopefully you'll find something interesting here on Chasing Labels. But before we go into all of these recent announcements in the boutique world of home video, a little bit of a collection update, actually, because there have been some sales that have ended over the last 2 weeks or so, and some sales that have started, or some that are continuing. But the let's see, what do I have? What do I want to do first? I'll do the Kino sale first. So, the summer Kino sale, ironically, the last time we had an episode here, episode number 169 or spine number 169, it was the final night of that sale, but they ended up extending it for the whole week. So, it wasn't really the final night. So, in the last episode, I said that this is the final night. So, this may not, line up with you, because I literally placed an order right before I went live here about 2 weeks ago or so, which was the 21st of July. But they extended it a week, but my stuff still came in the mail in between that time. So the things that I did end up getting from that sale, I only got about 5 things, and they are things I've been wanting to add to my collection for a while. First up here is the movie Songs My Brothers Taught Me. Now, this is a movie probably many of you may not be aware of. It's not exactly a movie that I think a lot of people are aware of just in general. But the reason why I've seen this movie and the reason why I bought this movie, it is the first movie directed by Chloe Zhao. Chloe Zhao being the director of Nomadland. Nomadland, of course, won Best Picture a few years ago. Frances McDormand won Best Actress Award. It was a big old critical darling. Nomadland's a movie I really like a lot. But years ago, I saw this streaming, I think, on either the Criterion Channel or Filmstruck. It was one of those two. And I've always wanted to get it ever since. And Kino put out a Blu-ray of it. And it is Songs My Brother Taught Me. A really good independent film by Chloe Zhao. I really, really like Chloe Zhao's work. Next up here is probably a film many of you have heard of, kind of flipping the perspective here. Maybe perhaps you haven't, but it's Stanley Kubrick's first film. So it's a bit of a first film double dip here, or duo. It is Fear and Desire, the 4K UHD release. Now, I've had this on Blu-ray for many, many years. I think I've had this on Blu-ray for like a dozen years. Kino put this out as part of their Kino Classics line many, many years ago, before Kino Lorber Studio Classics even existed. Kino was putting out Blu-rays, but those Blu-rays, those Kino Classic Blu-rays at the time, they weren't really like restored properly, or a lot of work was put into like extra features or a lot of things like that. Kino's definitely upped their game in the last several years when it comes to not only their output, but the quality of their output as well, with restorations, with making deals with certain studios like Paramount and Universal and all that kind of stuff. But they've been doing 4Ks, and they put out this 4K of Stanley Kubrick's Fear and Desire. They put out 4Ks of other Stanley Kubrick films too. They put out was it Pain and Glory? That's the movie? Maybe it's not. Hold on. I'm gonna go look up Stanley Kubrick's filmography right now because I'm blanking, but I know they put out Killer's Kiss and The Killing. They put out obviously this film here. They put out a bunch of 4Ks actually in their first kind of crop of movies. Let me look up Stanley Kubrick. I don't know why. He's like my favorite director. You would think I would know this literally right off the bat. But I'm telling you guys, once the lights come on and the computer comes on and the camera's on and I start talking, I get incredible brain fog. Paths of Glory, not Pride and Glory, Paths of Glory. That's the movie. I remember when Paths of Glory came out on Criterion. That was a big deal. I have that in my collection. But Fear and Desire is the movie famously that Stanley Kubrick didn't want people to see. He did not want people to see this movie to the point where I think he tried to buy up every single print and every single copy of it he could find just so people couldn't see it, because it is his first film. Came out in 1953. It's an experimental movie. It's very much almost like a student film, if you will, like him just trying things out, really. And it's an interesting movie when it comes to the overall oeuvre of the great Stanley Kubrick, because I think when you watch this movie after you've seen all the other Stanley Kubrick films that have come after it, you can see the formulation of certain style and certain aspects and characteristics of Stanley Kubrick's later work. But that is Fear and Desire. I'm actually excited to rewatch this. I haven't watched this in many years. Now, switching things up completely, is the movie Black Sheep, starring Chris Farley and David Spade. I talked about this when it was announced. There's Tommy Boy, and then there's Black Sheep. Tommy Boy is the movie that everybody knows and loves, and Black Sheep is kind of literally the black sheep of the comedic duo of Chris Farley and David Spade. And I've always really liked this movie. They used to play these Tommy Boy and Black Sheep back to back on cable TV all the time as I was growing up. As you can see here, it's a 4K UHD release from Kino Lorber. Tommy Boy was put out in 4K UHD from Paramount directly. So this is part of the Kino and Paramount deal, like I said, once upon a time when it was announced. And what is interesting is that's kind of what Paramount has done is if there's like a movie and a sequel, or a movie and like a follow-up or something like that, they'll give the lesser movie or license out the lesser movie to someone like Kino. They did it with Wayne's World. They put out Wayne's World in 4K UHD themselves. They gave Wayne's World to Kino to put out, or licensed it out to them, because I guess it's considered the lesser of the two. That's what they did. And I heard that this 4K actually looks very good. So I'm actually excited to check it out. I have the old Blu-ray that's been around forever. But next is a movie starring both Gene Hackman and Matt Dillon, and that is Target, another movie that I talked about here on Chasing Labels. This is essentially the movie Taken, with Liam Neeson a few years ago, but it's with Gene Hackman and Matt Dillon. They are a father-son duo, and Gene Hackman's wife, Matt Dillon's mother, I think she's on a trip in Europe, and she ends up getting kidnapped, and Gene Hackman and Matt Dillon go to save her. And you find out all kinds of background story about Gene Hackman and all that kind of stuff. Very similar to what happened in Taken. Very similar. Next is a movie that I did not get to see when it was announced on Chasing Labels. And that is the movie Hijack Highway or Gas Oil, starring Gene Gabin and Jean Moreau. I tried to hunt this movie down to watch it online streaming somewhere. Impossible to find. Maybe it was, although I think it was one of those where I found it without English subtitles. But either way, I've been wanting to see this movie for like a year since it was announced. Nothing really in the way of special features for this except for an audio commentary, so it's probably just worth it to watch the movie itself. When it comes to Target, there's an audio commentary here as well. When it comes to Black Sheep, just an audio commentary. I don't think the original Blu-ray had really anything, to be honest. Fear and Desire has 2 audio commentaries and 3 Stanley Kubrick short films. That's pretty awesome. If you're a big Stanley Kubrick fan like myself, having like his short films is pretty cool. Then on this release of Songs My Brothers Taught Me, there is just a bloopers reel and deleted scenes and an interview with director Chloe Zhao. So no audio commentary or anything like that. But you do, of course, get the movie and an interview with Chloe Zhao. which is really cool. I'm a big fan of Chloe Zhao. Chloe Zhao did a movie. Um, let's see. Chloe Zhao did she did a movie before she did Nomadland and before she did Eternals that I really really liked a lot. I still don't have in my collection because the Blu-ray is rather expensive. What was the name of that movie? Let's see. The Rider. Yes, the movie The Rider from 2017. Really good film. I really, really remember liking this movie a lot, and it got a Blu-ray release, but I think the Blu-ray release is just still rather expensive. That's why I never picked it up. But another big sale that happened, of course, throughout the month of July, well, really late June and then towards the end of July, was the Criterion sale. And those of you who were um, nice enough to watch my Criterion, sale visit video, thank you for watching that. I do that every time the sale comes around. I've been doing it since 2016. If you haven't seen it yet, it is up here on the channel where I just go to my local Barnes and Noble, check the shelves, see what's looking there, and then I do like a little, first time trip haul at the end in my car. But of course, I did go and get some more stuff. You can never go just once. You got to go a couple of more times. And I ended up picking up quite a few things afterwards. Still, some things I was not able to get, which still bothers me. And I that stuff bothers me, so I got to track them down. Things I still weren't able to get that were just tough to find, really, in store and even on the Barnes and Noble website. They were sold out pretty much throughout the sale. Is um is the movie No Country for Old Men? The Coen Brothers film, hot seller, makes a lot of sense. Best Picture winner, one of the best Coen Brothers movies you'll ever see. Different Coen Brothers movie, I would say. Then there was the um why am I forgetting it? It's the Gene Hackman film from the 70s, from the early 1970s. There's already a Warner Archive release of this, so it was kind of fascinating that Criterion put it out as well. Let me go back and look through the gargantuan amount of Gene Hackman films. I almost want to say Nobody's Fool, but that's not a Gene Hackman film. It's not a Gene Hackman film. Let's see. Completely blanking on it like I always do. Tell you, when the lights come on and the camera comes on, my mind completely goes. Let's see. There's the French Connection, which is great. There's the Conversation, which is great. Where are you? Night Moves. Night Moves. That's what it is. Nobody's Fool, Night Moves. They sound so similar. But Night Moves is great 1970s gritty, like neo-noir, nihilistic neo-noir, that's the 70s cinema was so nihilistic. so gritty, nihilistic, and cold cinema. But so I couldn't find Night Moves. I still need to get that. But yeah, I did pick up some other things here. I will show these off rather quickly because we do have a bit of a few things to go through tonight. Some comments we do have here before I continue. Our buddy Jeff K with the lovely Toshiro Mifune avatar there says evening Jeff, good to see you. Our friend Dustin Putman, who was on our most recent episode of the Unwatched Pile. Check out that episode if you haven't already. It is up here on the channel. Our friend Dustin joined Stephen and I for that. We will, of course, be having another Unwatched Pile towards the end of this month. We still have to schedule that. So definitely check that out. But Dustin Putman says, how did I miss that release of Target? Looks really good. Yeah, it probably flew under the radar because they released this along with the movie The Package, which is another 1980s Gene Hackman film. And I wanted to get that and get this together to kind of do a little double Gene Hackman 80s, bundle there, if you will. Directed by Arthur Penn. Arthur Penn, who directed both Bonnie and Clyde and Night Moves. So there's the kind of nice Gene Hackman connection there. Underrated director, I think Arthur Penn was. Definitely someone who was influential at the time, especially for New Hollywood cinema. Bonnie and Clyde being a bit of a precursor to that. But some stuff that I got at the Criterion sale for the rest of July, is two Janus contemporary releases in All We Imagine Is Light, which is a film from last year that I really, really loved. Yeah, this is a really, really good movie. I know it was on a lot of top 10 favorites of the year list for a lot of people from last year. I only got to see it, well, honestly, when this was announced because it didn't really make its way through a lot of theaters, at least in my area. Next is another Janus Contemporaries release, and this is something I've been wanting to see since like 2023, and that is The Beast, starring Leah Seydoux and George McKay. I've wanted to see this, like I said, for the last 2 years or so. And this was another one that was tough to see in theaters, at least for me. And I know it's now streaming on the Criterion channel as well as, and this is too. So that if you would rather watch it there, you can watch it there, or you can get the Blu-ray. And the good thing with about these Janus Contemporaries releases is they are very cheap during the sale. $15 a piece, which is a kind of a sale for most Blu-rays, but for Blu-rays with films of this quality is rather nice. Unfortunately, the other side of the pillow of that is that they don't really come with any special features. They come with like one special feature. For example, this has Meet the Filmmakers, a new interview with director Payal Kapadia. And then this has Meet the Filmmakers, a new interview with director Bertram Bonello, and then a trailer. So that's it. You know what I mean? So it's not much, but at least we're getting these movies on on physical media on Blu-ray. Next is a movie that's been out for a few years, and it was one of my favorite movies the year it came out, which was 2021. And that is Drive My Car, a long film. Clocks in at about 179 minutes, but worth the watch. Truly, I think, a masterpiece of the last several years. I really like this movie a lot, and I've been kind of debating to get the Blu-ray. I see it at every sale, and I'm like, oh, I'll get it eventually. Very surprised that this did not get a 4K UHD release. I think this came out right around the time where 4K in the boutique world was becoming more and more um, commonplace, if you will. A lot of the labels are starting to pick things up. Criterion hadn't quite picked up that format yet. I remember here on Chasing Labels, like 100 episodes ago, we were saying, Criterion, you gotta start putting out 4Ks. A lot of your competition, if you will, is beating you to the punch with a lot of movies. But they speaking of which, they did pick up the slack and they put out a ton of 4Ks over the last couple of years. One of them being a 4K re-release of Paris, Texas. Paris, Texas, by the great Wim Wenders, is quite possibly one of the greatest movies ever made. It's a masterwork of a film. Visually, thematically, acting, directing. Oh, this movie is breathtakingly incredible. I can't stress this enough. I've had the Blu-ray in my collection for many years. It was one of the first Blu-rays from Criterion I ever bought. That, as well as his other film, Wings of Desire, which I also consider one of the best films ever made. I still need to get that in 4K, but that's neither here nor there. But I had to upgrade my copy of Paris, Texas. Paris, Texas, breathtaking, beautiful movie. Um, Starring the late great Harry Dean Stanton. Natasha Kinski's in this film. Dean Stockwell. Just incredible emotional film. Next up, here's another 4K UHD release, and that is Nicholas Roeg's Performance, starring Mick Jagger. Well, he's in the movie. He's not the headliner, but he's in the movie. What a interesting time capsule piece of a film from 1970. Has so many aspects of the psychedelic swinging 60s experimentation with drugs and alcohol and sexual identity and all these kinds of things are contained within this film. Great soundtrack as well, of course. Uh, but yeah, it's what a movie. I talked about that. I talked about it a lot when it was announced. Next is a more modern film, and this is a film I actually hadn't really heard of until it was announced, and I'm glad I bought it. Is You Can Count on Me on 4K UHD. This is the Kenneth Lonergan film. Kenneth Lonergan being a director I really like. He hasn't done a lot of films. He did the movie Margaret. He did the movie Manchester by the Sea, which I think is kind of an astonishing work of a film. I gave that film like a 5 out of 5 stars on Letterboxd. It's an emotional wreck of a movie. Incredible. But this movie dealing with similar familial themes, starring Laura Linney and Mark Ruffalo, who play a brother-sister combination, and the Laura Linney characters always the one feeling she needs to take care of her younger brother in Mark Ruffalo, who's a bit of the black sheep of the family and bit of a character, that Mark Ruffalo. But next up here um is the movie Midnight by Mitchell Leisen, starring the great Carol Lombard. No, Claudette Colbert, sorry. Claudette Colbert and Donnie Miche, not Carol Lombard. Although Mitchell Leisen worked a lot with Carol Lombard, that's why I got them confused. But this is a screwball comedy from 1939. Beautiful black and white, great screenplay, really great character dynamics in here, and just a really, really good movie. I really like that a lot. And next is a movie that needs no introduction, another Stanley Kubrick film, Barry Lyndon 4K UHD release. Finally, Barry Lyndon gets a 4K UHD release. This has been speculated, rumored, wished for several years now, specifically through Criterion. Criterion had put the Blu-ray out many years ago, so we were thinking that this was going to be a 4K UHD upgrade at some point, and lo and behold, here it is. Just, you want to see a masterpiece. This movie is such a masterpiece of a film, specifically aesthetically. Stanley Kubrick's attention to detail when it comes to his movies are really second to none. Like, just incredible. This movie is famous for having entire sequences lit by candlelight. Of all things, candlelight in the 1970s. Yeah, this movie stars Ryan O'Neal. It's a period piece, I believe, of the 18th century. It's an 18th century period piece. It's the closest Stanley Kubrick ever got to making his Napoleon film, which I know he labored on making for many, many years, pretty much throughout his career. His biggest labor of love throughout his career was going to be his Napoleon film that he never got to make. There's a Taschen book that you can get, a big old Taschen book that I have that has all of his notes and concept art and just pre-production stuff that he was working on for his Napoleon film that he never got to do. And it's a really quite a in detailed time capsule of a thing. This has the nice digipack. For those of you listening on the audio, you can't see it. I'm taking out the digipack now. Decent sized booklet. It's got 3-disc set. It's a 3-disc set. Very nice artwork on the discs. Barry Lyndon logo, I guess. You got a nice picture of Ryan O'Neal on the front of the booklet. Ryan O'Neal on the back of the booklet. He's all over this movie. Obviously, he's the main character. You're following him for over 3 hours. No wonder why he's all over this movie. But last but certainly not least was a big priority for me at the sale, and this was the Adventures of Antoine Duaniel. This contains the 400 Blows, Antoine and Colette, Stolen Kisses, Bed and Board, and Love on the Run. And now this is a series of movies that all centered around the Antoine Duaniel character from 400 Blows, portrayed in each film by Jean-Pierre Léaud. And it basically just chronicles the life of that character from childhood all the way through adulthood. You have him in 400 Blows as a kid. 400 Blows is Criterion 101. It's Film School 101. It's French Cinema 101. It's French New Wave 101. You got to see it. You just got to see it. That and Godard's Breathless. And then in Agnes Varda's work as well. But the Antoine Duaniel character is a child in 400 Blows. He's a teenager in Antoine and Colette, which I think is like a 30-minute short film. In Stolen Kisses, he's an adult. Bed and Board, he's an adult. And Love on the Run, he's a later adult who's obviously, reflecting on his life at that point. But this is a 4K UHD box set. You can get it on Blu-ray as well. Each movie comes in its own thin pack case, which I'm not a big fan of thin packs because they kind of bend over time, but whatever, it works. It works. You get the 400 Blows. It's a 4K and Blu-ray combo, I think. Yes. So there's 400 Blows. For those of you listening on the audio, you can't see it, so hop over to YouTube. There's Stolen Kisses. Let's see. Next is Bed and Board. Now, this box set was available on DVD for the longest time, and I was waiting for them to upgrade it to Blu-ray, but they went to Blu-ray and then beyond in this 4K set. And then here is Love on the Run. There's also a booklet in here as well. I'll just show that off really quickly, and then we'll move on to the main bulk of the show. So here's the booklet for the Antoine Duaniel box set. Here's the front. Here he is on the back, and that is it. We put all that stuff back and move all the stuff aside so I don't end up knocking any of it over because I get very animated when doing the show here. So let me put that back, and I think that's almost. There's one more thing I did want to show, and then we can move on. I did pick up another um Jean Roland film, and that is The Iron Rose in the 4K UHD set from Indicator. Coincidentally, we will be talking about Indicator very, very soon because they had another announcement recently of two films. So we'll be getting into that. But this is one of I would say, the best Jean Roland films, or at least one of my favorite, is The Iron Rose. Really, really good film. These Jean Roland 4Ks look amazing. The one thing I will say, and I think I've said it many times here on Chasing Labels, the one thing about Jean Roland and the Fantastique is always the aesthetic and the overall vibe of the movie. The plot and the acting is almost irrelevant to the mood of it all. And what these 4K UHD versions or editions do is really make those pop. Like, really make those pop. So I got the Iron Rose here. So I think that's about it for a nice little update. Yeah, I have some more things coming in the mail. I'm waiting on one big thing for this month will be The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly 4K UHD set from Arrow. Remember, it was supposed to come out in June, and then it was pushed back to August. Hopefully, some online retailers get copies of that in. That's gonna be hard to get. I'm looking at Orbit DVD, Diabolic, Grindhouse, Amazon. If they get any. Um, Although that it is a UK edition, so they may not get it. But either way, I've been seeing that some people are starting to get their pre-orders in, so I'm hoping that a lot of people get their stuff. That a lot of online retailers start getting their stock too, because I have the first two. I got to complete the Man with No Name trilogy. So let's get into what we've got coming up here. Let me go check my notes. Actually, first things first. Um, there are some things in my notes that I didn't include, and that is including announcements for today, which would be Monday, August 4th. And I usually kind of save those for next time, but I decided that I'll just go through them very, very quickly because there is a lot of them, and it's just easier to do it now than wait 2 weeks. Because in 2 weeks' time, we're probably gonna have an abundance of other things to talk about. So I figured I'll get to these now. And the biggest announcements of today was the Scream Factory and Shout Factory announcements for October. We're already talking about October releases. We're already talking about November releases. The year is moving fast. The summer is moving fast, and we gotta hold on for dear life. So I'm just gonna kind of list these out and then maybe point out a couple of them that I'm interested in. Um, I'm assuming there's more details at the Shout Factory website because here on Blu-ray.com they never list the details of these announcements, so that kind of sucks. But so we've got End of Days is getting a 4K UHD release. That's the end of the world Arnold Schwarzenegger film where he fights the devil. That's the movie by Peter Hyams, I believe. Then we have Black Sunday getting a 4K UHD release. That is the Mario Bava film, and I'm not sure which cut of the movie this is. If it's the original Italian release or if it's the AIP cut of the movie. I've got to look that up. I know they just released a gigantic Mario Bava box set, which I've talked about here on Chasing Labels. So if you're into Mario Bava's work, that may be something you're interested in. Next, we have the classic literature adaptation of the book Catch 22, the Mike Nichols film, is getting a 4K UHD release. The one from 1970 that stars Alan Arkin, Martin Balsam, Richard Benjamin, Art Garfunkel, Jack Gilford, Buck Henry. I think Orson Welles is in that as well. um, yeah, it's based off of that famous book, which I actually have read. Next, we've got a Nosferatu the Vampire, which I think that's the Klaus Kinski, Werner Herzog film. Yeah, that's the Werner Herzog film. That's getting a 4K UHD release as well. Yeah, they're slowly releasing those Werner Herzog films that they have in their Werner Herzog sets on 4K, which I guess kind of sucks for people who bought those Blu-ray sets, having to maybe, double dip or not double dip. Next, we have Oliver Stone's Savages getting a 4K UHD release, a lesser Oliver Stone film, in my opinion, but it's an Oliver Stone film nonetheless. They've been putting out a bunch of Oliver Stone films on 4K. They've put out Natural Born Killers. They put out JFK in 4K. They've put out, what's the other one that they just put out? Why can't I remember? Hold on, because there's other Oliver Stone that they put out. I think Born on the Born on the 4th of July got a. Did that get a? Yeah, that got a Shout Factory release. Born on the 4th of July, Platoon, they put out as well. But I think the Doors got a release directly from whatever studio is putting that out. So we've got, let's see, anime film Evangelion 1.11, You Are Not Alone. The Chinese Story Trilogy box set of A Chinese Story, A Chinese Story 2, A Chinese Story 3. They're putting out a steelbook of Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. If you already own that movie, it's probably the same. It's the same 4K discs that have been available for years. The Dark Crystal is getting a 4K UHD steelbook. The Labyrinth is getting a 4K UHD steelbook. Those are the same discs that were already on the 4K releases from Shout Factory. I think those were originally Walmart exclusive steelbooks, and they're now being wide released. So if you didn't get them then, you can get them now. And then something really big and personal to me that I really want to get is The Place Beyond the Pines is getting a 4K release. The Place Beyond the Pines, quite honestly, is one of my favorite movies of the 2010s. Came out in 2012. I saw it at my local indie theater. I think it was a Friday or Saturday night. And it's the movie directed by Derek Cianfrance, starring Ryan Gosling, Bradley Cooper, Rose Byrne, Eva Mendes, Ray Liotta's in the film, Bruce Greenwood is in the film. I'm a big fan of Derek Cianfrance and his work. Blue Valentine is another one that's a movie that I really gravitate towards. It's a darker, sad movie. It's a really dark, sad movie, as well as Place Beyond the Pines, too. I just dig that vibe at that time. And now, actually. So Place Beyond the Pines, if you've never seen it, check it out, whether it's on Blu-ray or this new 4K. Unfortunately, I think the only special feature when it comes to this 4K is the same as the Blu-ray, which was only an audio commentary. Yeah, I think it was an audio commentary, and then going to The Place Beyond the Pines, which was a 5-minute featurette. So I think that's it in terms of all that. Yeah, let me see. So that is it for. Let's see. Let me go back to all the Shout Factory and Scream Factory releases from October. Just one more time for everybody listening. We've got End of Days, Arnold Fighting the Devil, Black Sunday, Mario Bava getting a 4K release, a Catch-22 4K release, the 1970 adaptation, Nosferatu the Vampire, which is the Werner Herzog film, getting a 4K release, Oliver Stone's Savages, Evangelion film, that's just a Blu-ray, and then a Chinese Ghost Story trilogy set are just Blu-rays, and then Dark Crystal getting 4K steelbook, Labyrinth getting a 4K steelbook, and then The Place Beyond the Pines getting a 4K UHD release. Alrighty then. That is it for that. And then next up here, I want to go to Umbrella, because Umbrella has a really solid slate for. Let me see, which month is it? Is it October or is it November? I think it's November. Yeah, November. These are the November titles. So, November from Umbrella, we've got Freaked from 1993, 4K of that. We've got Cecil B. Demented getting a Blu-ray collector's edition. I'm gonna talk about that really, really soon because this is big for me. The Fire Within, which is a Louis Malle film. This is getting a Blu-ray collector's edition, and then you have All of Me, which is the movie we've already talked about. Because I think who's giving that a Blu-ray release here? Is it MVD? I think it's MVD. Let me check. It's the Steve Martin film, which I think we've talked about twice at this point. Yeah, it's getting Lionsgate. Sorry, Lionsgate's putting out All of Me. I think it's part of their Vestron. Yeah, they're reviving their Vestron releases. So All of Me actually already came out. Came out June 17th, my birthday. So let's get into these. First up here, let's go to Freaked. So Freaked is the 1993 film that was co-directed by Tom Stern and Alex Winter. Alex Winter being famously for being in Bill and Ted, one half of Bill and Ted with Keanu Reeves. And ironically, is I think after this movie, I think just completely bombed at the time. I actually don't even think this movie played in many theaters at the time because it has quite a backstory when it came to the making of this movie and its distribution and how the studios kind of didn't know what to do with it. If you've seen the movie Freaked, you kind of understand why, but let me just read this off here. Enter the sideshow and rediscover Freaked in 4K Dolby Vision from a brand new restoration, including hours of new extras. This is a landmark release for Drafthouse Films, Umbrella, and Alex Winter that we know will blow your head and socks clean off. Welcome to Freakland. Roll up, and normies. Feast your trembling eyes on the bonkers spectacle that is Freaked, the gloriously absurd 1993 cult comedy from the mischievous minds of Alex Winter and Tom Stern and Tim Burns. With eye-popping practical effects, surreal humor, and a punk rock spirit, Freaked is a whirlwind of mutated madness and offbeat satire, a celebration of the strange, the silly, and the spectacularly unconventional. Very accurate. All of that is incredibly accurate. Having watched this movie for the first time, all of that is accurate. This movie is definitely like the definition of a cult classic where you've got to appreciate it for all of its weirdness, if you will, and all of its badness as well as its good stuff. Yeah, it's an interesting movie. It's a satire about like the world of celebrity as well as image and all this kind of stuff. And it's also like a horror movie, not yeah, kind of like a satire of freaky horror movies that are throwbacks. So Alex Winter plays like this big time actor, and he's traveling to do something, and he ends up at this weird freak show in the middle of nowhere, and he ends up getting turned into one of them. It's him, his friend, and then this young woman they meet along the way. They all end up getting like turned into these freaks of nature, and they all are trying to figure out a way to escape this funny farm, if you will. And crazy amount of special effects, over the top zany comedy, ooey gooiness. I mean, it's part like Cronenberg body horror, but with over the top like Monty Python comedy. Just crazy weird stuff. You'll recognize some actors in here, like Mr. T is in there. Bobcat Goldthwait does a voice of one of the freaks as well. Just crazy weird movie, and it's such a picture of its time too, of 1993. I can understand why this wasn't a hot movie at the time and why it's gained a cult following over the decades now. And I think this is this like afterward Alex Winter's career kind of took a turn for where he was just like doing TV work and cameos and bit parts and things like that. So this movie kind of really derailed his career a bit. But it's an interesting movie. Incredible special effects works too. Makeup and special effects works like you haven't seen sometimes. Certainly not like they do now with a lot of CGI and whatnot. So that is Freaked. Let me see what we got here for extras, because this does come, of course, in a regular 4K edition, as well as a collector's edition with a lot of extras, a lot of extra swag, if you will. So, for example, only available from the web store, Freaked Collector's Edition includes a bumper 100-page book featuring behind the scenes stuff, new essays by Justin Beam, who's our buddy over here, Whitney Seibold and Mike Saunders, and fan art, Freaked script book, uh, with custom artwork, Freaked original comic book, custom art Freaked stickers, So You're a Hideous Mutant Freak, Now What pamphlet, custom artwork rigid slipcase, custom artwork slipcase. There's a poster, limited edition numbered release. For the on disc extras, you've got a commentary with co-writers and co-directors Tom Stern and Alex Winter, rehearsal version alternative cut, new work print alternate cut, the night special guest co-director Alex Winter on Freak. That's kind of cool. You get a new interview with him. You get a new interview with the co-director Tom Stern and writer Tim Burns on Freak. There's the Glass Cyclops cinematographer Jamie Thompson and camera operator Harry Garvin on Freaked. The Freak Maker special makeup design Tony Gardner on Freaked. New Strange Days in Santa Flan production designer Catherine Hardwick. Wow, on Freaked. So Catherine Hardwick, many of you may know her as being the director of Twilight, the first Twilight movie. But before Catherine Hardwick got into directing, she was an art director on a lot of movies. I think, yeah, on Three Kings, the movie Three Kings. She was an art director on that. No, production designer, I should say. Art director, production designer. Sorry, I'm getting them confused. But she was a production designer. And then you got another new special feature, The Weird Revolution. A new conversation with Alex Winter and makeup effects artist and art department supervisor Bill Corso. New interview with claymation maestro David Daniel. NYU and Sound Project that's a short film by Tom Stern and Alex Winter. A 2004 conversation with Tim Burns, and 3 more. This is loaded with features. Jake Boston on Freak cult movies in their second life on physical media, hours of uncut behind-the-scenes footage, transformed by the Goop makeup tests, deleted scenes, and then original restored trailers. This is a massive collector's edition. Even if you just get the on-disc stuff, like just get the regular edition, you still get a plethora of stuff. Wow, that's pretty awesome. I know this was brewing for a little while. I know a lot of people have anticipated this release. Whether another boutique label puts this out, I'm not sure. So this could be like the deluxe release of its time. Next, we have a movie that I've been waiting probably 12 to 15 years to come out on Blu-ray. I've been waiting to add this to my collection for so many years, but I was holding out hope that a Blu-ray was going to get released, and patience pays off, people. Patience pays off, because it is finally here. My favorite John Waters movie is on Blu-ray, and that is Cecil B. Demented from 2000. I love this movie. I've rewatched it several times. I quote this movie all the time. Yeah, it's like I said, it's my favorite. John Waters means a ton to me, so this is awesome. So roll cameras on the hilarious dark comedy Cecil B. Demented from the Pope of Trash, John Waters, director of Pink Flamingos. Cinema is a weapon in Cecil B. Demented, and John Waters is locked and loaded. The film is a delirious middle finger manifesto against the mainstream. Wild, wicked, and weirdly heartfelt. Cecil B. Demented is pure, unfiltered Waters, and that is so true. This movie is so great. And you're going to recognize so many people in it, too. For example, Melanie Griffin is in the movie. Adrian Grenier, who was in Entourage. Maggie Gyllenhaal, Ricky Lake. Patty Hearst is in the movie. Oh, goodness gracious. Michael Shannon is in the movie too. Michael Shannon, before he was in anything you will know him in, was in this movie as one of the characters. Stephen Dorff is Cecil B. Demented. He is the one running this ragtag group of people that he's got on his film crew. So this movie is a big middle finger to mainstream cinema. It's a big middle finger to Hollywood. It's a big middle finger to the MPAA. MPAA, how many films did you censor today? Is one of the quotes from the movie. This movie is awesome. If you love movies, if you love Hollywood movies, and if you know the way movies are made, if you know the way movies are done in the mainstream, if you just know movies in general, you'll find the satire in this film. It's so great. So Stephen Dwarf is this director, Stephen Dwarf, who he kidnaps Melanie Griffin, who's this big time actress character in the film, big time actress in real life too. And he kidnaps her to put in his movie. And his movie is as anti Hollywood as you can get. Um, Man, it's so great. Each of the characters have tattoos of their favorite directors, and it's all directors that are from like the underground, like Kenneth Anger and all these other directors and whatnot. Like my Fassbender and all these cool directors. Oh, I love this movie so much. I'm gonna pre-order this as soon as I possibly can because I want this collector's edition. And this collector's edition um contains quite a couple of special features, nowhere near as much as Freaked, but there's a 48-page booklet of the behind-the-scenes material and new essays by Justin Beam, custom artwork, rigid slipcase, custom artwork. Actually, that's on here twice. Don't know why. Oh, there's custom artwork, rigid case, custom artwork, slipcase. Got it. Two different things. 8 art cards, reversible poster, limited edition numbered release. It's got an audio commentary with director John Waters. I'm assuming that was from the DVD. And then you have new Kicking Against the Bricks interview with John Waters, new Reframing Fame interview with Melanie Griffin. Oh, that's so awesome. New Lobster Man from Mars interview with production designer Vincent Peranio. And then you have a Life in Dreamland interview with Mink Stole. Oh, that's incredible. Mink Stole is part of the Rolodex of John Waters actors who was in many of his films, going back to, oh goodness, Mink Stole was not only in Pink Flamingos, but she was in Multiple Maniacs, Female Trouble, just in all of his stuff really. But yeah, I always keep my copy of Pink Flamingos here next to me for moral support during the podcast recordings, because sometimes you just need it's my people have like security blankets. This is my Blu-ray security blanket of Pink Flamingos. Yeah, that's that. So awesome. I haven't been this excited about a release in a while. And next we've got The Fire Within, which is um the Louis Malle film. Now, what is interesting is I think there is an out of print DVD of this put out by Criterion many, many years ago. So whether Criterion gets this back in print and puts it out in 4K or Blu-ray, I don't know. But for now, we're getting a Blu-ray from Umbrella. Feel the existential dread of The Fire Within, a classic French masterpiece from Elevator to the Gallows director Louis Malle and star Maurice Ronet, winner of the Special Jury Prize at the Venice Film Festival. Regarded as Louis Malle's best work, okay, that's a little bit of a stretch there, but okay. The Fire Within is a triumph of quiet style, a penetrating, dark, yet often compassionate study of a man with one foot in the grave and searing commentary of modern society as Malle saw it. Yeah, Louis Malle didn't exactly make positive, uplifting movies. His movies were always existential. They were always darker, thought-provoking films, not exactly uppers, if you will. And this movie is no exception. This movie is about a man who's kind of looking for a reason not to end his life. He's looking for a reason to continue on. It reminds me a lot of several movies I've seen, actually. There's this great movie by let me see, the movie's called Oslo. Hold on, let me check IMDb really quick. Yeah, Oslo, August 31st. Let me see. This is the movie by Joachim Trier, who is a really good filmmaker. really good filmmaker. I think he did what movie did he do recently? The Worst Person in the World, the movie that Criterion put out, and the movie that was very critically acclaimed when it came out back in 2021. Similar to Drive My Car, coincidentally, it was like Drive My Car, Worst Person in the World, um, these existential types of films. So he directed Oslo August 31st, which is a movie from 2011. And this movie is astonishing, one of the saddest movies I've ever seen. And it's one day in the life of Anders, a young recovering drug addict who takes a brief leave from his treatment center to interview for a job and catch up with old friends in Oslo. So the movie, The Fire Within, is essentially the same thing. It's actually strikingly similar. So the movie The Fire Within, there's this man who just got out of an alcoholic treatment program for alcoholism, and he goes back to, I believe, his hometown to meet with friends and to meet with friends. And for him, it's kind of the last time that he's doing this. And he's incredibly melancholic about his life and situation. And yeah, that's the movie in a nutshell. And it reminded me a lot of Oslo August 31st. Um, it also reminds me of A Taste of Cherry, which is the let's see, not a taste of taste of I always get A Taste of Cherry and A Taste of Honey confused. So Taste of Cherry is the Abbas Kiarostami film from 1997. That's another film dealing with people who are coming up against ending their life decisions for whatever reason. And it's incredibly harrowing situation to be in. And this movie really, really goes through those emotional exploration of that. So to say that this is Louis Malle's best work is not out of the realm of possibilities. I just prefer some of his other films more. For example, Elevator to the Gallows is a movie that I really, really like. He also has done other movies later on, like I think Au revoir les enfants is a movie he did in the 80s, which is really, really good. Murmur of the Heart is another movie, interesting film, interesting movie. Only has a DVD from Criterion, no Blu-ray upgrade yet for that film. Couldn't imagine why. But yeah, Louis Malle's an interesting filmmaker. He also did My Dinner with Andre is Louis Malle. Completely different than all of these movies, but also existential. Excuse me. The movie starring Audrey Gregory and Wallace Shawn, where they're just having a conversation at a dinner, and it's all about like existential talks and things like that. Yeah, so The Fire Within. Let's get to the extras, because I just went a whole long on a whole long spiel there. Let's get to the extras, shall we? So, collector's edition, which is only available from Umbrella's web store, which is shop.umbrellaent.com.au. It's pretty long there. 48-page booklet of content from Tikhanov Library and new essays by Sam Wolf and Andrew Horton. Custom artwork rigid case, custom artwork slipcase, 8 art cards, reversible poster. Special features is an audio commentary with critic Adrian Martin. We've had him here on the Chasing Labels a time or two. Director Louis Malle on The Fire Within. That's a new special feature. Louis Malle's been deceased for many years. I don't know how they got that. Maybe it's like an archival interview on the movie. It just hasn't been released before. But anyway, new To Leave Without Having Touched Anything. Kat Ellinger on The Fire Within. Okay. The fact that Kat Ellinger has a commentary or has a special feature on here is worth owning this edition in general. Yeah. So that is The Fire Within, the Louis Malle film. And then there's All of Me, which we've talked about already at least twice. It stars the movie starring Steve Martin and I always get it. Is it Lily Tomlin is in this? Yeah, Lily Tomlin. Let's see. Yep, Lily Tomlin. I always get Lily Tomlin and Lily Taylor confused because the names are so close. They're so close. But for those of you who haven't seen All of Me, Steve Martin is a lawyer in this film, and he's settling the estate of Lily Tomlin, who is super super rich, but she's also on her deathbed, so she wants to get, her last will and testament, in the books, if you will, and she is going to leave everything to the daughter of her, I think, gardener or something like that, and because the idea is she's going to have this shaman take her soul or take her spirit when she passes and transfer it to the daughter of her employee, and then she'll get all of her money and stuff and all that kind of and stuff and whatnot. It sounds outlandish, and it kind of really is. What ends up happening is she passes on, her spirit gets put in this 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 thing, and this pot, if you will. Yeah, that yet again outlandish. And this pot ends up falling out of a window, hitting Steve Martin, and her spirit and soul and entity goes into Steve Martin, and they've got to share a body together, and they've got to figure all of that out. Great physical comedy, funny stuff ensues. Steve Martin was such a great comedic actor in the 80s. He's a great comedic actor now. If you've seen Only Murders in the Building, the HBO, the Hulu series, sorry, the Hulu series, he's great with Martin Short, and a bunch of other cast of characters in there. It's really great stuff, and yeah, it's really it's a fun movie. But let's get to see what the extras are here. So 48-page booklet of new essays by Cynthia Wang, Nadine Whitney, and David Michael Brown. Custom illustrated slipcase by Loopy Dave Dunstan. Custom artwork rigid case, reversible poster, limited edition numbered release. There's a new audio commentary with podcasters, writers, and film analysts, the wives Colangelo. Interview with actor Victoria Tennant. New The Odd Couple journalist David Michael Brown on Steve Martin and Carl Reiner's funny friendship. Yeah. So whether you get the Vestron release or whether you get this release, the movie's definitely worth owning. Let me actually check the Vestron release for a second, because I wanted to see what we got there for special features. I know I went over them, but I say these things and then actually they're completely different. Okay. Yeah, so the Vestron release and the Umbrella release have completely different special features. The Vestron release has an audio commentary with film historian Joe Ramone, Back in the Bowl, which is an interview with the screenwriter, Bodies Behaving Badly, video essay by film critic Sirish Howard, Hilarity Ensues, a video essay by Hollywood historian Stacey Lane Wilson. Those are all on the Vestron release. None of those are on the Umbrella release. Okay, so just to give people a little heads up on that, if you're wondering what the difference between the releases are, special features wise. So that is it for everything from Umbrella. We've got Freaked getting a gigantic 4K release, Cecil B. Demented getting a Blu-ray release finally, The Fire Within, the Louis Malle films getting a Blu-ray release, and then All of Me is getting yet another Blu-ray release, the Martin Short and Lily Tomlin film. And that is it for Umbrella for November of 2025. Now, let me move back here because we do have some comments that I saw but neglected to talk about because I've been talking so much. Yeah, so our friend Acres and Movies is back here. Let's see. Let me go back to their first comment. So, their first comment, Acres and Movies, love your show. Really excited about some upcoming one. Episode crew is for sale. They're a wild gold bars in movie studio heist movie. Never read anything like that one. Interesting. Also, Flyover, an action thriller. A disgruntled listener investor is to a talk show host, takes their plane hostage and 5 other planes and tests laws of physics by storing them in massive weather balloon. Then has the host plane scoop up the weather balloon and can then retarget each plane to attack each flyover state capital. A dark political action thriller, but fun movie too. Oh, never heard of it. Let's see. I can't believe what I was reading. Literally, the people are hostages in a plane in a safe weather balloon in space for a portion of the movie. Then they become targeted missiles aimed at Des Moines, Iowa. Well, Des Moines is in Iowa. This sounds like the plot to an airplane film, like a Zucker Brothers film. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Most are by this new filmmaker called Jaws. Interesting name there. His aliases. He already has many credits, but is revealing he's made a lot of movies, but launching his new name Jaws. Hmm. Interesting. Regarding episode crew, great parody and spoof, but also grounded. Crew is like Ghostbusters, but more members, and the heist involves steampunk ghost kites and oversized masks and a Wally style mini bot. Sounds incredible. Sounds like Mystery Men. Sounds like Mystery Men meets Spaceballs, which is an interesting combination. Speaking of which, they are developing a sequel to Spaceballs. I know this isn't new information, but they are developing new information. They're developing new information. They are developing a new Spaceballs film, and they're getting some of the old original cast members back, which is going to be fascinating to me. Um, the they're getting let me see. I would love for. I mean, I know that Mel Brooks is coming back to play the president. Um, I know that what's his name and his son are coming back as well. Well, his son wasn't in the original film, but he's getting his son to be in it, and that is Bill Pullman. Yeah, Bill Pullman said is coming back as Lone Star, and then his son's going to be in the film as well. I would love if they would get Rick Moranis, obviously to be Dark Helmet. I think they're trying to get him out of retirement. I would love Daphne Zuniga. Yeah, I know she hasn't been doing much, in the last few years. But it's sad that so many other people who were in the film have passed away. Obviously, John Candy's no longer with us. Joan Rivers is no longer with us. But I would have loved to have, they should have done it 20 years ago, when things were rather, well, John Candy wasn't alive 20 years ago, but you know what I'm saying. I feel like a time for a Spaceballs sequel would have been 20 years ago or so. Let's see where I'm gonna go next though with my notes. Sorry, I'm losing focus here. I have so many things popping up. You'd think I would do this late at night enough to the point where I would have everything under control. Um, let's see. Bum. So let's go over to Indicator. Yeah, let's go over to Indicator because they only have 2 releases, so that shouldn't take us too long to go through. Um, so Powerhouse Indicator, they have Plot of Fear and Hitch-Hike. And there's 4K or Blu-ray editions of both. And the 4K editions will be region free, and I think the Blu-ray editions, let me check, they may be region B. Yeah, I don't think there's a US release of these. Oh no, region free. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. I thought it was just region B. Nope, everything here is region free, including the Blu-rays. Okay. So we have Plot of Fear. So let's see. Hmm. I think this is a giallo. Inspector Lomenzo investigates a series of bizarre murders, each linked by the fact that pages from the German children's book Shock Head yeah Shock-headed Peter have been left at the scene of the crime. As the bodies pile up, Lomenzo is guided by a model and a surveillance expert to a decadent club frequented by rich and powerful. Yeah, I remember because Eli Wallach was in this film. Eli Wallach, who was famously in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and who really acted all the way up until he passed. I think he lived to be like 100 years old. Co-written by longtime Federico Fellini collaborator Bernardino Zapponi, and incorporating a specially produced erotic animation by Francesco Maurizio Guido, also known as Giba, best known for his comic cartoon King. Plot of Fear is a disturbing and engrossing giallo. So it is a giallo. Okay, I was right. Let me go to my Letterboxd and get a better synopsis of the movie, because most giallos are like a murder mystery with just really good aesthetics to it, and that this is not exactly untrue about this movie. But let me go back, see if I can get a. Let's see, here we go. Plot of Fear. So, Plot of Fear tells the story of a decadent weekend party full of orgies and drugs on the outskirts of Milan. After 2 deaths occur, Inspector Lomenzo interrogates one of the guests, a fashion model who becomes his informant as well as his lover, of course. Clary reveals that after a wildlife orgy, one of the hosts tried to jokingly feed one of the prostitutes to a tiger, but she got so frightened that she died of a heart attack. In his attempt to find a connection between the victims, he investigates a cutting-edge security and surveillance firm whose director has secrets of his own to hide. There you go. That is the plot of Fear. Let's see what we got here for special features. New 4K HDR restoration from the original camera negative by Powerhouse Films. Original Italian and English mono audio tracks, audio commentary with film historians Eugenio Ercolani and Troy Haworth, interview with first assistant director Roberto Palmerini, new presentation of a 2013 interview with actor Corinne Clary, new edited archival interview with screenwriter Enrico Oldoni, newly edited archival interview with actor Michel Placido, newly edited archival interview with director Paolo Cavara's son, Pietro Cavara, video essay by Ercolani looking at the cast of Plot of Fear, and then there's original trailers and new subtitles and limited edition exclusive 80-page book with a new essay by Adrian J. Smith, archival writing on the work of director Paolo Cavara, an archival career-spanning interview with screenwriter Bernardino Zapponi, an archival profile of animator Giba, and film credits. World premiere on 4K UHD. There you go, region free. The 4K is region free and the Blu-ray is region free too. Now we go over to Hitch-Hike. Now, Hitch-Hike is an interesting movie. Let's see. En route to Los Angeles. This movie stars Franco Nero. Let's see. Franco Nero, who was in Django, Force 10 from Navarone, and then Corinne Clary, who was in Plot of Fear, and David Hess, who was in The Last House on the Left, starring Hitch-Hike. A shocking tale of kidnapping and greed. En route to Los Angeles, Walter Franco Nero and Eve Clary pick up a hitchhiker, Konitz, who's portrayed by David Hess, and let's see, is an escaped psychopath who forces the couple to head to Mexico, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. An excursion into the thriller genre by Commedia all'Italiana specialist Pascal Fiesta Campanile, scored by the great Ennio Morricone. Yes, it is. Hitch-Hike is a tense and twisting tale shot through the jet black humor. Shot with jet black humor. All right, then. I guess so. I guess so. I didn't really find this movie too funny, if you will, but this movie reminded me a lot of like The Hitchhiker. It reminded me a lot of The Hitchhiker, the movie directed by Ida Lupino. It reminded me a lot of The Hitcher, obviously, with this is a day. This is a day. My recall is completely gone today. Yeah, with Rutger Hauer and C. Thomas Howell, I don't I don't know what's going on with me today. My mind's completely gone. But it reminded me a lot of those types of movies, tense road on the road type movies. The plot's constantly moving, the pace is constantly going. You don't really know what's going to happen from one moment to the other. You don't know who's going to live, who's going to die, if they're going to escape the situation. And you have also the combination of the 70s gritty filmmaking style, which is inherently like dirty and like I said, gritty and just unpleasant. Has just this air of unpleasantness throughout it, because you don't know what this psychopathic person is going to do, and he's pretty much there. These people are at the whim of this person, and yeah, that's the movie. Let's see what we got for special features. So we've got two presentations of the film Hitch-Hike, the English language version, and the Auto Stop Rosso Sangue, which is the Italian language version. Original mono audio commentary with Italian genre film experts Eugenio Ercolani and Marcus Stigleger. Or Stigleger. Boy, I'm probably butchering that name. Interview with first assistant director Neri Parenti. Road to Ruin, newly updated documentary by filmmaker Federico Cadeo, delving into the production, release, and reception of Hitch-Hike, featuring cast and crew interviews, in-depth documentary by Ercolani exploring the subgenre of Italian rape and revenge films from 2025, exhaustive profile of director Pasquale Festa Campanile by Ercolani, and then that's it. The original trailers, and then there's 80-page book with new essay by Mikhail J. Koven and an archival profile of director Pasquale Festa Campanile, extras from archival interviews with the screenwriter Ottavio Gemma, composer Ennio Morricone, actors Franco Nero, Corin Clary, and David Hess, and film credits. World premiere on 4K UHD. There you go. There you go. That is the movie Hitch-Hike. And so that is the two releases from Indicator for October. Yes, these are both October releases. You have Plot of Fear, 4K UHD release, and a Blu-ray release. And then you have Hitch-Hike, which is 4K as well as Blu-ray, all both region free, depending on whether you get the 4K, whether you get the Blu-ray. There you go. Let's see some more comments here. Let's see. Let's see. Acres of Movie asks, do you want Lakeview Terror Special Edition? Yeah, why not? Why not? I'll take any special edition re-release of any film at this point, just for the heck of it. Also, a big one that's being read lately is called The Rich and the Evil, a rich zombie movie. Wonder how that would work. Because I don't know, I don't think zombies need money. I don't think zombies need money. But let me see what I have else in my notes. Let's see. We just did Indicator. We've done Umbrella. We did Shout and Scream Factory. Now we've got, let's see. Before I get to the one-offs, which I'll save for later, and then the big finale will of course be the Vinegar Syndrome and partner label stuff. We do have. Let's go to Kino. Let me go to Kino. How do I want to do this? So let's see. I'll use this. I'm trying to think of which tab to use to go over to Kino. So Kino didn't have much going until really today. They announced a bunch of things, but up until today, over the last 2 weeks or so, they've been relatively quiet. Some things here or there, but not a lot. I'll go through these rather quickly because chances are they're going to. I didn't get to see a lot of these, to be straight with all of you, and chances are they're going to be. These will come up again at some time. So let's see. First up here is, I don't think I talked about this last time. Dear Ruth with William Holden and Joan Caulfield. If I did, I apologize. I don't think I did. Anywho, the movie has a new audio commentary by film historian Farron Smith Neame and a theatrical trailer. And there's a new HD master from a 4K scan. Let's see. Joan Caulfield and William Holden star in this delightful romantic comedy based on the Broadway play by Norman Krasna. Teenager Miriam Wilkins is an energetic activist during World War II, involving her family in causes without first gaining their consent. Her parents are puzzled when young Lieutenant Bill Seacroft, on leave from the Italian front, appears at their home asking for their 22-year-old daughter, Ruth. Unbeknownst to all, Miriam has been writing letters to Bill and signing Ruth's name as part of a program to keep up soldiers' morale. Although Ruth has just gotten engaged to her co-worker, she agrees to see Bill and pretend she wrote the letters. Huh. Interesting. Kind of want to see that now. Um, let's see. Next, we have Father Brown Detective, which has a new HD master from a 4K scan, new commentary by professor and film scholar Jason Agnay. Walter Connolly stars as Father Brown, a humble Roman Catholic priest who doubles as a sleuth. Okay. Using his intuition and keen understanding of human nature to solve mysteries and crimes. Paul Lucas plays the notorious jewel thief Flambeau, who intends to steal precious diamonds from a cross in Father Brown's church as a gift for the lovely Evelyn Fisher. The crime-busting clergyman Father Brown fights to retain the cross and also to reform and redeem the soul of the elusive troublemaker Flambeau. This charming comedy mystery is based on The Blue Cross, the inaugural story in G.K. Chesterton's celebrated Father Brown detective series. Sounds fun. Really does. This is coming out September 23rd, and Dear Ruth is coming out September 9th. Let's see, moving past that, we've got French Without Tears, which I think I've seen. Can't remember, though. But it's coming with a new HD master from a 4K scan, new audio commentary by film historian, screenwriter Gary Gerani, from celebrated playwright Terence Rattigan and director Anthony Asquith, comes the effervescent comedy of manners starring the ever-charming Ray Milland. Let's see. Adapted from Rattigan's 1936 play, this 1940 film version begins when Diane, the sister of a young Englishman studying at a language cramming school in the south of France, arrives in town to flirt with all of her brother's schoolmates. I did see this movie, and I did talk about it when it was announced. Alan, who is Ray Milland, one of the students, tries his hardest to resist Diana's charms, to no avail, of course. Deliciously entertaining, French Without Tears is a sly satire on the civilized romantic entanglements of the upper crust milieu. Yeah, so I talked about this when it was announced. Next is the movie Deep Star 6, which we've talked about like 3 times. It's coming out September 30th. I'm not going to do this again. Man, Kino, they do great things with informing. I tell you, their marketing department, I don't know who's running the marketing department at Kino, but they hammer us with information repeatedly. Let's see, coming soon on Blu-ray in October, a KLC and Dark Forces Entertainment co-release is this movie called The X from 1996. Written by Larry Cohen, directed by Mark L. Lester, who directed Class of 1984, Firestarter, Commando, Showdown in Little Tokyo. Now, that's a movie. Acres of Movies was just talking about, would you like to see a special edition of Lakeview Terrace? Give me a special edition of Showdown in Little Tokyo. I don't think anybody really remembers this movie. So Showdown in Little Tokyo is a movie from 1991 starring Dolph Lundgren and Brandon Lee. Brandon Lee, before he was in The Crow and tragically passed away, he was in essentially a buddy cop movie with Dolph Lundgren. 2 LA cops with opposing views on what is the best way to uphold the law have to work together to bring down the Yakuza while trying to protect a beautiful woman. So it's Dolph Lundgren and Brandon Lee fighting the Yakuza, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I mean, I need that movie. I need that movie. I don't even know if there's a Blu-ray of that. Hold on, I'm actually going to look while I'm here. Showdown in Little Tokyo does have a Blu-ray. It actually has a Warner Archive release from 2015. It's still, it's still in print. No special features whatsoever, obviously. I mean, obvious and unfortunate. This contains no extras, just a trailer. Um, that I would love to see somebody put that out. That has that has Vinegar Syndrome written all over it. Showdown in Little Tokyo. Let's see. Where was I? I got so distracted by Showdown in Little Tokyo. The movie The X, 1996. I've never seen it, but the movie I have seen, and which is coming in 2026 on 4K UHD. Still, we are going way into the future. We're going into next year already with Kino. Um, is the Clint Eastwood film Hang 'Em High. Hang 'Em High is let's see, one of it's a 1980s Clint Eastwood film, if I remember. This has been released several times on Blu-ray, actually. So, yeah, Hang 'Em High. When an innocent man barely survives a lynching, he returns as a lawman determined to bring the vigilantes to justice. Directed by Ted Post, starring Clint Eastwood, Inger Stevens, let's see, Pat Hingle is in the film, Ed Begley, Ben Johnson, Bruce Dern is in the movie. It's a revenge film. It's a revenge film. Came out in 1968. I'm way off. For some reason, I thought Hang 'Em High came out in the 80s. I have no idea why. I thought it was right up there with some of his other 80s films. I guess I was just way off. So Hang 'Em High. Now, Hang 'Em High, like I said, has come out quite a few times. There was a 50th anniversary edition that came out in 2018. That's from Shout Select. I'm guessing Kino must be waiting until the license runs out, although they don't have to wait because this is a Blu-ray release unless they probably have just the 4K just the 4K rights. So I was thinking that they would have to wait for Shout Factory's license to lapse, then Kino could put out their edition. But if they're just putting out a 4K of this movie, they don't necessarily have to wait because they can acquire the 4K rights. 4K rights and Blu-ray rights are apparently two different things. So, so Hang 'Em High had a Blu-ray release in 2018 from Kino, and I know they had a Blu-ray release directly from. Let's see, who owns the rights to this? Is it? Let's see. Oh, MGM. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense now. Yeah, it was originally it was an MGM Blu-ray release back in 2011. It's been re-released several times from like 20th Century Fox put out a Blu-ray of it. MGM had an original Blu-ray, and Shout Factory put out theirs in 2018. It's the MGM catalog has gone through several hands over the years, especially when it comes to home video. They've gone through several hands over the years because MGM and the people don't realize this. I think MGM they went bankrupt. I think in the late 2000s, early 2010s or so, and a lot of their stuff was they were rescued or they were bought up by somebody. They're owned by Amazon now, obviously, but their catalog is kind of a little all over the place because we've seen. I'm trying to look around me to see if I have any. I don't think I do right on hand, but some of their stuff does end up in the boutique realm. A lot more over the last couple of years actually. But back about 10 to 15 years ago, 20th Century Fox was putting out some of their stuff, and some other companies have put out some of their stuff too on home video. That's where I think Hang 'Em High got a Fox Blu-ray release, and they've since gone over to Shout, and now they're ending up at Kino. So it's everybody's switching hands here, I wish I wish somebody would keep track of all this stuff because I can't do it all myself. But yeah, that's Hang 'Em High. Let's move over. Let's see what else we've got here. So that's coming in 2026. Brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan with a 35mm original camera negative. So that's that. Let's see. Oh, the Bone Collector, which we talked about before, that's coming October 14th. 2-disc edition, 4K UHD, which getting a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of the original 35mm camera negative. Audio commentary with director Philip Noyce. New commentary by historians Steve Mitchell and Edwin Samuelson. New audio commentary by novelist, critic Kim Newman and writer-journalist Barry Forshaw. And then the Blu-ray is getting all of those audio commentaries plus a Spotlight on Location featurette and a theatrical trailer. And this is the movie starring Denzel and Angelina Jolie. 4K UHD. October 14th, yeah. Next we have Dan Curtis's classic Monsters from 1968 to 1974. We have Dracula from 1974 starring Jack Palance. We have Frankenstein from 1973. And we have The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde from 1968 starring Jack Palance. As again, I don't think there's anything here in terms of special features. But yeah, that's those three movies. And then we have, coming on 4K UHD in October is the new UHD/SDR master by Photoplay. Let's see. 4K restoration from original nitrate prints of The Cat and the Canary from 1927. Now, this is directed by Paul Lenny. Where do I have it? I don't know where I have it. I have the Eureka release of this movie. I can't remember where it is. It's in one of these stacks I have next to me, but I would have to go digging, and we don't have time for that. But I have like I said, I have the Eureka release of that, and it's a really nice release. The Cat and the Canary. There's a couple of these releases, so this is actually also fascinating to me as well. Because Eureka put out a US release of this on Blu-ray last April of 2024. So I'm assuming it's going to be a 4K only release, similar to what we just talked about with Hang 'em High. Okay, that makes sense now. And this is the silent film from 1927. So that's exciting. Curious what we're going to have for special features. Eureka typically does special features that only come out on their releases, though. So I'm guessing the special features will be different. If I was a betting man. Let's see. We got a bunch of stuff here. See? On October 14th, we have 3 French classics. We have The Last Known Address, which is a great film. We have Boomerang, actually. And then we have Copper Hood. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to go through. I'm not going to go through all these right now. I know Last Known Address has a audio commentary by film historian Howard S. Berger, Steve Mitchell, and Nathaniel Thompson. That's the one I've seen. That's a really good neo-noir gem. It really is. I would recommend that amongst these 3 films. So Last Known Address, Boomerang, and Copper Hood. Copper Hood does star Jean-Paul Belmondo, so that's always worth a watch. It's got a 2K restoration by Studio Canal. Got an audio commentary by Howard S. Berger, Steve Mitchell, and Nathaniel Thompson as well. And so does Boomerang. But to me, the highlight of this is Last Known Address. Last Known Address is really, really good. Okay. Now, there were a few other Kino releases, I think, that came out today. And I've got to go over to our friend Ryan Verrill's page on Disconnected because he posted them. I'm just gonna run those down really quickly because because Kino hasn't even posted it on their site yet, on their Facebook page yet. Or maybe there isn't. Hold on. Oh no, I've talked about that. Talked about Last Known Address. Talked about Copper Hood. Oh, here we go. So there's a Marley Matlin documentary, I think, called Not Alone Anymore from 2025. That's getting a Blu-ray release from Kino in October. I thought that was just something to mention. Marley Matlin, the Academy Award-winning actress from Children of a Lesser God and other films. She's also in the movie Coda, which won Best Picture a couple of years ago. I thought that was something to mention. Let's see. Um, so let's see. What else is there here? There's another movie here called that's Monk in Pieces from 2025. Meredith Monk, composer, performer, and interdisciplinary artist, and one of the great artistic pioneers of our time. Yet her profound cultural influence is largely unrecognized, with Monk's music at its center and featuring interviews with Bjork and David Byrne. Monk in Pieces is a mosaic that mirrors the structure of Monk's own work and illuminates her wildly original vocabulary of sound and imagery. So this is another documentary. This is from 2025, also coming out on October 21st. And then we've got, let's see, coming on October 21st on Blu-ray from Kino is how do you pronounce this? Solomane Story? Yeah, Solomane Story. Racing through the streets of Paris, making food deliveries on his bicycle. Guinean immigrant Solomane is struggling to stay afloat. In 2 days, he has to report for an asylum application interview where he must plead his case to an immigration officer who will determine his future in France. As he rides, he repeats his story, but Solomane is not ready, drawing inspiration from Christian Mungi's 4 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days, and evoking the humanist films of the Dardennes. Boris, oh boy, I can't pronounce it, Loshkin's urgent, propulsive third feature never leaves Solomon's side in the deeply affecting account of the daily trials and uncertain futures faced by immigrants in France and around the world. This sounds fascinating. This is also a brand new film from 2025. I'm glad that these like super unseen films are getting some type of releases. Then we have another Kino cult release, and this is called Death Packs the Suitcase. Let's see, I'll just read a little bit of this. Coming out October 14th. A black-gloved killer stalks London, packing the suitcase of their victims before murdering them with an exotic dagger. Oh boy. Surrounded by potential suspects but lacking hard evidence, a smooth-talking inspector, Fred Williams, seeks the help of famous crime novelist Charles Barton. Euro horror filmmaker Jess Franco took a break from his decadent sex thrillers to demonstrate his versatility with this whodunit. All right, so we have a Jess Franco neo-noir from the 70s? Yes, called Death Packs the Suitcase. All right. I think that's about it yep, that's about it. Let's see. So that's Kino. Let's go over to Eureka. Eureka has their October releases as well. Let's see. Do we have any comments? Let's see. Interesting. Oh, here is Eureka. Sorry, I was looking at something else. So Eureka's October releases: The Ambulance, The Diabolical Dr. Z, The Island, not the Michael Bay, The Island, and then we have Martyrs, which we talked about before. They announced that over 2 weeks ago. They announced Martyrs on its own, and then they announced the rest of their October slate like a week ago, and they just threw them along with Martyrs. But Martyrs is the highlight. We all know about Martyrs, so we don't really have to go over it. But we'll go over some other movies. For example, The Ambulance. So The Ambulance stars Eric Roberts. So what happens in this movie, because I did get to see it's a Larry Cohen film. First of all, Eric Roberts is sporting a quintessential perfect mullet in this movie. This is a 1990 film. So for me, I've noticed this just like culturally, just looking at pop culture over the years, looking at fashion trends, looking at haircut trends and music and all this kind of stuff over the years. Every time a decade changes, whether we go from the 80s to the 90s, 90s to 2000s, etc., there's always a holdover from the previous decade. There's always some type of holdover until the trends of the new decade commence, right? And when it came to the 80s to the 90s, I feel like the mullet is one of them. The hairstyle of the mullet is one of them that transferred over into the 90s. started in the 80s, transferred over to the 90s, and Eric Roberts in this movie has a gloriously perfect mullet, and he's just sporting it the whole time. So it really puts this movie in that 90s mold right away. So what's going on in this movie is kind of like the wrong man scenario. It's kind of a Hitchcockian type of plot, really, where somebody gets caught up in something that's much bigger than you expected it to be. Somebody who just goes from just doing nothing to having to do extraordinary things, really. So Eric Roberts meets this woman on the street and he starts chatting her up, and she just like collapses. It's not like a heart attack or anything. She just kind of faints and collapses, and I think it's to do with the fact that she's diabetic. I think she that's like for those of you who don't know diabetes, your blood sugar fluctuates essentially, and it can cause you to pass out if you don't address it properly in time. And I think that's what happens to this woman. But either way, is what happens is he meets this woman. They kind of, they're flirting back and forth, they're talking back and forth, whatever the case may be. She collapses, and then an ambulance shows up kind of fast, and then takes her away. And he asks them, "Hey, what hospital are you taking her to? I want to check up on her." Obviously, being the good Samaritan that he is, and he only gets her first name, doesn't get her last name, and he later on goes to the hospital to check in on her. She's not there. She's not They have no record of her arriving there at all, and the nurse that's there says, "Hey, check this other hospital," because they would have gone to that closer location. He goes there, same thing. She's not there. She's not there. And nobody can really believe. He goes to like the cops. They don't really believe him. Um they because there's nothing for them to check on. There's no information really. It's kind of just this guy coming in off the street saying, um, you know, saying that, "Hey, there's this woman that passed out earlier. She got picked up by an ambulance, and now she's gone." The chief of police is portrayed by James Earl Jones, which is kind of great to see him in a non Darth Vader role, and to see him in a non Field of Dreams role as well. But yeah, and but yeah, this mystery like propels him into this bigger thing that's going on, where certain people are being taken for like medical experiments and stuff and whatnot. It's a whole bigger thing. You don't understand what I'm saying? He gets caught up in this much bigger thing because what ends up happening is he meets like the roommate of this woman, and then she disappears too. And it's like, okay, something's going here. When there's smoke, there's fire. And so he gets turned into this big old mystery. He ends up working with another one of the police officers there and whatnot. Um, and you see kind of some asides of what's actually going on. I like this movie for like a 90s thriller starring Eric Roberts. I didn't mind it at all. Um, yeah, I think it's an underrated film. Underrated, underseen, as it says here. It says one of Larry Cohen's most underrated and underseen films, featuring an unlikely cameo by Marvel legend Stan Lee. Yes, I forgot to tell you guys this. So, Eric Roberts is a comic book artist who just so happens to be working at Marvel Comics, and he's at it. So, and he's obsessed with the fact that he's lost this woman. So all he can do is keep drawing her in the work he's doing in comic books. So there's this scene where he's at Marvel Comics, and there's like posters of like Spider-Man and all this stuff all over the walls, and Stan Lee's his boss, and Stan Lee just like talking to him about his obsession with this mystery woman and how he can't break it. It's kind of like remember Stan Lee's cameo in Mallrats? Similar to that. Yeah, what an interesting aside here. He just happens to be working at Marvel Comics as an artist. But yeah, so let's get to special features. So it says fully restored, doesn't tell us if it's 4K or 2K. New audio commentary by Steve Mitchell, director of the 2017 documentary King Cohen. Archival audio commentary with Larry Cohen, moderated by Steve Mitchell. Yeah, there's also a Catch Your Death, a newly edited, previously unseen interview with Larry Cohen on the ambulance, originally shot for King Cohen. Sickness and Health, a new video essay on ambulance and medical horror by film scholar Murray Leader. Keep Making Pictures, new interview with film writer Michael Doyle, author of Larry Cohen, The Stuff of Gods and Monsters. Original theatrical trailer, uncompressed LPCM audio. Let's see, limited edition O-card slipcase featuring new artwork by John Dunn. A limited edition booklet featuring new cover art by John Dunn, and an essay on ambulance by genre film expert Liam Hathaway. Okay. So I really like. Obviously, you can tell I like the ambulance. The Diabolical Dr. Z, it's not so much. So this is another Jess Franco film. I guess everybody gets a Jess Franco film. It's kind of a running joke here on Chasing Labels. It's like, you get a Jess Franco film, you get a Jess Franco film. Everybody gets a Jess Franco film. Kind of like that old Oprah joke. But it's true. Everybody keeps putting out Jess Franco. Kino's putting out Jess Franco. Severance put out Jess Franco. Eureka now is putting out Jess Franco. Everybody's putting out a Jess Franco movie. Let's see. A Spanish-French co-production directed by the inimitable Jess Franco, from a screenplay by Jean-Claude Cartier. The Diabolical Dr. Z, also known by its original Spanish title Miss Muerte, was released at the height of the gothic horror boom that swept through Europe during the 1960s and followed Franco's earlier gothic thrillers, The Awful Dr. Orloff, The Sadistic Baron von Klaus, and Dr. Orloff's Monster. Before his untimely death, mad scientist Dr. Zimmer created a device that would allow him to control human minds. In the aftermath of his passing, his daughter, Irma Zimmer, takes it upon herself to continue his work and seek revenge on his behalf to punish those who discredited and disgraced the late Dr. Zimmer. She uses his invention to possess nightclub performer Miss Muerta, who lures her victims to their deaths at the hands of her razor-sharp poison nails. Yeah, it's like a Dr. Frankenstein meets 1960s French horror art house stuff, directed by Jess Franco. It's a weird mishmash of so many different things. Let's see what we got for special features. New 2K restoration of the film by Gaumont. Optional English subtitles newly revised for this release. Audio commentary by genre film expert and video watchdog founder Tim Lucas. Death on the Continent, a new discussion of European Gothic horror in the 1960s with Xavier Aldana Reyes, author of Spanish Gothic. Awful, Diabolical, Sadistic, new video essay by film scholar Sam Deegan on mad scientist and Gothic horror, from Mary Shelley to Jess Franco. Archival interview with screenwriter Jean-Claude Cartier. Archival interview with film historian Lucas Balbo. Archival interview with Stephanie Mesnodalt, journalist and author of Jess Franco Energies du Fantasma. And then original theatrical trailer. Let's see. The Ambulance is coming out October 13th, and this is coming out October 20th. And then we have The Island. I didn't see the movie. I didn't watch it. I didn't have time to watch it, but I watched the other two. I guess I saw, yeah. Perhaps the most accomplished genre picture directed by British-Chinese filmmaker Po Chi Long. The Island is Hong Kong's answer to the likes of Deliverance. Okay. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Hills Have Eyes, and Motel Hell. All right, then. A film that transports the visceral survival horror so popular in the 1970s and 80s from the backwoods of America to a remote island in East Asia. At the height of the summer, teacher Mr. Chung takes a small group of his students on an excursion to a rural island that he assumes is uninhabited, but upon arrival, Chung and his class discover that they are not alone. The island is in fact home to 3 deranged brothers and their equally deranged mother. And when one of the Chung students refuses a marriage proposal from the youngest and perhaps most disturbed member of his deeply estranged family, both the teacher and the young people in this care soon come to wish they had stayed at home. So what we've got here is, yeah, exactly what they said. Like a survival horror film, but sit on an East Asian island. Let's get to the special features. New 2K restoration of the film. Let's see. New audio commentary from East Asian expert Frank Zhang. He's on all these. New commentary with genre cinema experts Mike Leader and Arn Venema. Surviving the Shoot. Interview with director Po Chin Long from 2013. And that's it. And then, of course, we have Martyrs, and I went over all the Martyrs stuff last episode. So that is it for Eureka for October. We've got one more time for everybody. We've got The Ambulance from 1990, The Diabolical Dr. Z from 1966, The Island from 1985, and Martyrs from 2008. Obviously, I think Martyrs getting a 4K UHD release for the first time is the big one of this list. You know, it's the one everybody's going to be talking about, probably getting, and all that kind of stuff, which I totally understand. You know, it's a cult film for a reason. I have the Blu-ray from Umbrella, so I don't know if I have to upgrade that immediately. It's also a movie I don't find myself watching that often. I've only ever seen it once, so I don't find myself having the itch to watch that film. Um, but I do like the Larry Cohen film, The Ambulance. I kind of curious about that when it comes out. Um, let's see. That was Eureka. Let's go over to our buddies at Arrow. Arrow has a plethora of releases from October. They have a nice batch, I think. I think very much in tune with the horror Halloween season, um, for uh, for that month. So let's see. We've got Miss 45 from 1981. We have Spawn from 1997. In the Mouth of Madness from 1994. Three Extremes, which is interesting. And then we have The Return of the Living Dead from 1985. And then we have The Sadness from 2021. And then we have Trick or Treat. Now, I think Trick or Treat is just getting a Steelbook re-release. So I think Trick or Treat already came out from Arrow, if I do recall. Excuse me. Yeah, Arrow got a limited edition release last October. Yeah, Trick or Treat. I mean, Trick or Treat gave it a release. So this is just a Steelbook re-release. So if you're a big Steelbook collector, a big Steelbook fan, and you want to get and you don't own Trick or Treat, I have the old Blu-ray. I do need the Arrow 4K. The Arrow. Yeah, the Arrow 4K limited edition. It's a movie I do like to watch during the Halloween season. It's very Halloweenish. So, also I thought we were going to get a Trick or Treat sequel by now. The movie came out, oh boy, was that 18 years ago? I thought we would have gotten one by now. Since that director's also gone on and done so much other stuff and gotten so much more acclaim, Michael Dougherty, I thought we would have gotten a Trick or Treat 2 by now. But we have not. So let's see what we've got here. First up, Miss 45 is an Abel Ferrara film. An Abel Ferrara film, or Ferrara, however you want to say it. I say Ferrara because Ferrara is Portuguese, and I just default back to that. My best friend when I was a little kid his last name was Ferrara. There's a lot of Portuguese people whose last names are Ferrara, but anywho. But Abel Ferrara, director of Driller Killer and King of New York, comes a terrifying revenge thriller in the tradition of Death Wish and Taxi Driver, very much so. I was actually just going to say that. Miss 45, also known as Angel of Vengeance, will blow you away. So what happens is this mute seamstress is attacked twice and sexually assaulted twice on the same day. And what happens is now she's taking precautions against it. By taking precautions, is she's carrying a gun and she's shooting everyone who she considers a threat at night. And it's typically men, obviously. She's traumatized. She's going through, emotionally damaging situation, and she is responding to it violently, if you will. And also it's coupled with the fact that she can't explain things to people because she can't talk. There's a lot going on in this movie. I think it's really good. I think to be honest, I think it's one of Abel Ferrara's most kind of underrated films, in my opinion. I've heard about it, but I had not seen it until now. I've seen his more well-known work, King of New York, Driller Killer, and plus the other stuff he had done in the 90s. I'd seen recently too because of the work he did with Harvey Keitel, Bad Lieutenant, things like that. But I had not seen this movie until now, and it is very much in the vein of Death Wish. the Charles Bronson film, Death Wish, and as the movie goes along, this person gets deeper and deeper into this. You would say psychosis if you could, but lots of thematic depth when it comes to this. I thought the movie was rather brilliant in that regard. Actually, just this exploration of the theme of trauma and channeling that trauma through violence because of not having another avenue to do it. Um, yeah, I think this movie's rather good. I liked it. I don't know if I should like it, but I did. It's a devastating. Yeah, it says a devastating depiction of sexual violence and female rage with a stunning central performance from Zoe Lund, credited as Zoe Tamaralis. Miss 45 arrives on 4K UHD in a brand new restoration that gives an extraordinary glimpse into the grimy glamour of New York in the 1980s, with all this controversial power intact. What's interesting is that, yeah, it's New York in the 80s, but for some reason, this feels like a 70s movie. It feels like it's got that grimy, underground, gritty, Scorsese New York of the 70s, which was like a dirty, dangerous place. That's why I think the Taxi Driver setting is apropos. It's like that's a good description. The mesh of Death Wish and Taxi Driver is very apropos for this movie. We've got a lot of special features. Well, a decent amount. Let's see what we got here. First up here, new 4K restoration of the film from the original camera negative, Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film. So it's going to look really, really nice. And it's all the griminess. We got a brand new audio commentary by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, who wrote a book called Author of Rape Revenge Films, A Critical Study and Cultographies. Miss 45. So our friend Alexandra Heller-Nicholas wrote an entire book about this subgenre, this horror subgenre that's been around for decades. It really has. If you just go back and look at this subgenre, it's been around for quite a while. I really need to get her books. Alexandra Heller-Nicholas has a couple of books that I really want to get, and specifically dealing with women in film and things like that. And I really need to get that one. So it's kind of awesome that she's got a commentary on this. The Voice of Violence, a new featurette with film critic B.J. Colangelo. Where Dreams Go to Die, a new featurette with film critic Kat Ellinger. Okay, so we've got Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, we've got Kat Ellinger on this release here. Yeah, we got some good stuff. And then we got an archival interview with director Abel Ferrara, archival interview with composer Joe Delia, archival interview with creative consultant Jack McIntyre, Zoe Exo, a 2004 short film directed by Paul Rockman, Zoe Rising, a 2011 short film directed by Paul Rockman. And then theatrical trailer, we got a book here as well, 60 pages, perfect bound collector's book featuring writing by Robert Lund. We have previously unseen photographs of Zoe Lund, plus select archival material, writing by Kayla Janice and Brad Stevens. So we've got a trifecta here. We've got Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, Kat Ellinger, and Kayla Janice all contributing something to this release of Miss 45. That sells this in and of itself. Now, the movie itself is obviously uncomfortable because of the violence that it depicts, specifically the inciting violent acts that this woman goes through to propel her to this revenge story. Very upsetting, obviously very upsetting. And yeah, so I do want to warn people about that as well. So this is coming out October 28th in the US and October 27th in the UK. Next movie here we've got, so this is coming out in a 4K edition as well as a Blu-ray edition. Next we've got I would say this is a cult film now. I don't know if that's appropriate. But it's the movie Spawn from 1997, something from my childhood. I was 10 when this movie came out. I probably didn't see it until I was a little bit older than that. But it is based off of the Image comic book character, the flagship character of Image Comics is Spawn. This comic book still goes on to this day. It was created by Todd McFarlane. And yeah, Spawn is one of the most popular characters in comic books for the last 30 years. And It's insanely, they've only ever made one movie, which was this film. They did an HBO animated series, which people love. I think it only ran for one season, maybe two. And that was a kind of a direct adaptation of the comic book editions, not editions, issues, sorry. And they haven't really done anything else with it in terms of, TV or movies. Todd McFarlane has been working on a Spawn movie for the last several years. We're talking like going back to pre-COVID times. He's been talking that there was going to be a Spawn movie. Jamie Foxx was going to play the character of Spawn, but this is going back like 7, 8 years now. I mean, we're going back a time. So I don't know if that's ever going to happen. He keeps saying every year that it's going to happen, but at this point, we don't really know. I know he wanted to direct a Spawn movie. Todd McFarlane doesn't really have any experience with directing a movie, so I don't know how well that's going to work. I think he was making some type of deal with Blumhouse to make it. I don't know. I honestly don't know where else that movie stands. But anywho, back in 1997, this movie came out, starring Michael Jai White as Al Simmons, who ends up becoming the demonic anti-hero in Spawn. He is, let's see, I'll say, yeah, so Al Simmons, Michael Jai White, is a top-tier Black Ops agent, ruthlessly efficient and fiercely loyal until he's double-crossed and executed by his commanding officer. It was portrayed by Martin Sheen, but Simmons is resurrected by the devil, and becomes Spawn, a demonic anti-hero with terrifying powers. Caught between Earth and the underworld, Spawn is determined to exact bloody revenge on Wynn and must choose to serve his new infernal masters or fight for the salvation of his immortal soul. John Leguizamo was in the movie as well, playing a hell of a character. And yeah, it's based on the Todd McFarlane groundbreaking comic. This is where they're really overselling it here. Spawn is a visually explosive cult classic that blends horror, action, and gothic fantasy, available for the first time in a fiery new 4K restoration that breathes new life into Hell's most iconic warrior. Now, this movie is notorious for having a third act climax with one of the worst CGI sequences you'll probably ever see. It is like 1990s PlayStation video game cutscene level of like bad CGI. They added a lot of CGI to this movie at a time where CGI wasn't really up to the task of doing it like it is now. Even now, they're struggling. There's a whole other reason why they're struggling, but it's not because we don't have the technology now to make things look good through CGI and things like that. There are other extenuating circumstances that are not being addressed. But back in the 90s, we really didn't quite have the technology that was able to do what this movie needed to do, although they tried. Yeah, it's a cult classic. That's why I put it. It's a cult classic for a reason. It's got its fans. It certainly does. Michael Jai White's a cool actor. Yeah, I think he's a martial artist in real life as well, so he brings that physicality to a lot of his roles. He does a lot of like B action movies now, that you'll probably see like on straight to streaming or straight to Blu-ray releases and whatnot. Yeah, that's kind of like where Michael Jai White is, but I've always been kind of a fan of him. He was in, I think Michael Jai White, isn't he Black Dynamite? What a great satirical film in Black Dynamite. Yeah, that's a movie I need to add to my collection eventually. Yeah, Black Dynamite from 2009, which is it's a spoof on 1970s blaxploitation films, and it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, Michael Jai White is Black Dynamite. Arsenio Hall is in the film. Yeah, it's a great satire of that era of cinema, and especially if you know that era of cinema, which we are getting a lot more Blu-ray releases now of blaxploitation films, which is awesome. We've been getting like blaxploitation box sets. Sorry, I am incredibly I can't breathe tonight. Let's see, where was I? Let me go back to the hour releases. Yeah, so let's get into the special features of Spawn. So 4K restorations of both the director's cut and theatrical cut of the film from the original camera negatives by Arrow Films. The disc 1 has the 4K Blu-ray director's cut, and this is the one that's got all the special features on it. Okay. Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the movie, original DTS HD 5.1 master surround audio, and the lossless stereo audio option. So you got the original audio too. Let's see, brand new audio commentary from comic book expert and podcast host Dave Baxter. Audio commentary with Todd McFarlane, Mark A.Z., DePay, Clint Goldman, and Steve Williams from 1998. So that's an archival commentary. Hell's Perfect Son, a brand new interview with actor Michael Jai White. Spawn Support, a brand new interview with actors Melinda Clark and D.B. Sweeney. The Devil's in the Details, a brand new interview with animatronic creature and makeup effects artist Howard Berger and Greg Nicotero. The Devil's Music, a brand new interview with music supervisor Happy Walters. Order Out of Chaos, a brand new interview with editor Michael New. Todd McFarlane, Chapter and Verse, an archival featurette from 1998, in which Spawn creator Todd McFarlane reflects on how the film adaptation stacks up against the original comic book vision. The Making of Spawn, archival behind-the-scenes featurette. Preview Todd McFarlane's Spawn, the animated movie, and then theatrical trailer, and then scene to storyboard comparisons. Original Todd McFarlane sketches, and then Spawn concept and sketch gallery. And then the second disc is the theatrical cut, which is just the Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the movie. You get the 5.1 DTS HD master audio. And that's it. You get subtitles as well if you need them. So there's a Blu-ray counterpart of that if you don't have a 4K UHD player. Both are coming out October 7th. And then you've got In the Mouth of Madness. Now, this is the John Carpenter film. Horror author Sutter Kane is missing as crowds turn violent waiting for copies of his latest book. Kane's publishers enlist insurance investigator John Trent to find him. With Kane's editor Linda Stiles, Trent sets off in search of the elusive author and finds himself trapped in Hobbs End, a town that should only exist within the author's books. As fiction and reality blur, Trent begins to realize that between the lines, beyond the page, somewhere out there in the dark, something evil is waiting to break through. Starring Sam Neill, Julie Carmen, and Jürgen Prochnow, with a supporting cast that features Charlton Heston, David Warner, and John Glover, plus sterling special effects by K&B Effects. In the Mouth of Madness makes its debut appearance in glorious 4K UHD, looking deeper, richer, and stranger than ever. So there is a Blu-ray release of this from Shout Factory, or Scream Factory, rather, that's been around for the last several years. Let's see when this actually came out. So In the Mouth of Madness. This is another case where Arrow, I guess, has the Region A 4K rights, and Shout Factory has the Region A Blu-ray rights, because the Region A Blu-ray is still in stock, it's still in print, and it came out back in July of 2018, so quite a few years ago, actually. And I know many people have that in their collection, but this new set here is brand new 4K UHD. I'll say this: the Shout Factory release was loaded with special features, so I'm curious to see how this new one stacks up. So let's go down to, oh boy. We have new 4K restoration of the film by Arrow Films, Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film. Let's see, original DTS HD 5.1 audio and stereo 2.0 audio options. We have an archival commentary with John Carpenter and producer Sandy King Carpenter, archival audio commentary with director John Carpenter and director of photography Gary B. Gibb. Brand new audio commentary by filmmaker Rebecca McKendry and Elric Kane, co-host of the Colors of the Dark podcast. That's cool. Making Madness, a newly filmed interview with producer Sandy King Carpenter. Do You Read Sutter Kane, a newly filmed interview with actor Jürgen Prochnow. The Whisper of the Dark, an archival interview with actress Julie Carmen. Greg Nicotero, Things in the Basement, an archival interview with a special effects artist. We Are What He Writes, a new featurette in praise of John Carpenter, In the Mouth of Madness. Reality is Not What It Used to Be, a new appreciation by film scholar Alexandra Heller Nicholas. Okay. Horrors, Hallowed Grounds, an archive featurette looking at the locations used in the movie, home movies from Hobbs End, behind the scenes footage, the making of In the Mouth of Madness, theatrical trailer and TV spots, reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork, double-sided fold-out posters, so the usual stuff that you get from limited edition Arrow releases. You get a collector's book as well, with writing by a bunch of people. Let's see, I'm just going to do a quick look-see. So the commentaries do carry over from the Scream Factory release, and that would be the commentary by Carpenter and Sandy King Carpenter, the commentary by John Carpenter and cinematographer Gary B. Kibb. Those carry over. Let's see, we have Horror's Hallowed Grounds. That carries over from the Scream Factory release. Let's see, The Whisperer of the Dark, an interview with Julie Carmen. And that carries over. Let's see, we have the Greg Nicotero Things in the Basement. That carries over. Let's see, Home Movies from Hobbs End, the behind-the-scenes footage. Let's see, Home Movies from Hobbs End. That carries over. All right, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. The Making of In the Mouth of Madness, that carries over. So, yeah, you get everything. Plus an extra audio commentary. Yeah, you get everything from the Scream Factory release, plus a couple of new special features. Chief among them being a new audio commentary. Yeah, so if you don't own In the Mouth of Madness and you're a big John Carpenter fan and you've been wanting to get it, kind of like myself, wait for this Arrow release because you're not really missing out on anything. So that's really awesome. Yeah, I'm so relieved. I'm so relieved. Tell you, yeah, there's nothing worse as a collector with OCD like myself, who wants everything, than having a release come out of a movie that you don't have yet that has completely new special features than a previous release that you've been looking at getting. I know there's licensing issues with all of that and whatnot, but trust me, it's such a relief when you can have all the special features from a previous release in one place and a extra bonus when you get more features too. So that's great. That's great. Now we have the movie Three Extremes. So yeah, so this is 3 movies in one. And these 3 movies are all directed by directors you may know of. 2 of which I'm pretty sure people do know. The first one I'm not quite sure. I know I didn't know them. So, boy. Let me go and check IMDb. It's so much easier because this is, yet again, it's not entirely Blu-ray.com's fault that their stuff is kind of all over the place, but it also kind of is. So, this movie, Three Extremes, is an anthology film. And there's 3 films in here, 3 short films, if you will. One is directed by Fruit Chan, one is directed by Park Chan-wook, and the last one is directed by Takashi Miike. So I'm assuming that people know who Park Chan-wook is, and people who know who Takashi Miike is. Park Chan-wook doing the Vengeance trilogy, which is Lady Vengeance, Mr. Vengeance, and Old Boy. And then you have Takashi Miike, who's directed so many films. He directed Audition, he directed 13 Assassins. Let's see, what else do they have here? Ichi the Killer. You understand what I'm saying. You probably are familiar with with his work. But this film here, Three Extremes, is 3 movies. So, Three Extremes, let's see, the first movie is Dumplings, which is directed by Fruit Chan, which sees an aging actor discover that the dumplings she's been eating for their miraculous rejuvenating benefits contain an unsavory and secret ingredient. I just want to say these movies are pretty disturbing, especially the first film. Once you find out what the unsavory secret ingredient is, it may make you sick. It may make you sick. Next, in Korean legend Park Chan-wook's segment Cut, a wealthy filmmaker is caught in a twisted game when a vindictive actor takes his wife hostage. So yeah, it also very graphically violent too. If you know anything about Korean cinema, Korean horror cinema, I should say, they don't really hold back on the violence. They do not. If you know Old Boy, you know Lady Vengeance, like I said, Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance. If you know I Saw the Devil, you know what I'm saying. You know the level of graphicness. But in the second film, there's this director whose wife gets um, kidnapped by this vindictive actor who's like a background actor, and this dude just gets in. He just like tortures these people. It's really unsavory. Um, Finally, in Japanese master of horror Takeshi Miike's segment Box, she's a novelist plagued by nightmares of her past as a child circus performer with her long lost twin sister until she receives a mysterious invitation to return to the site of her old circus. Very much a psychological thriller. Um, Very psychological, very art house, very much a mind bender of a movie. Almost dreamlike in its depiction of what's going on here. Um, and the ending may throw you for a loop. So you've got these three films of Dumplings, Cut, and Box. Uh, the directors are Fruit Chan, Park Chan Wook, and Takashi Miike. And let's see what we got for special features. So we've got new 2K restorations of both films by Arrow Films. Because I think yeah, hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I watched. Okay, I need to rewind things a little bit here. So this is a two-film box set. There's three, and then there's three extremes, which is its sequel. I'm putting sequel in quotes because it's not really a sequel. It's just doing the same thing again, but with three different directors. Okay, so now this makes a lot more sense to me. So you have three, which is the first like anthology of three films. Then you have the second, which is called Three Extremes. Three Extremes is what I watched. I watched Three Extremes. I didn't watch three. So and three, I don't know much about other than the first film in that movie in that anthology setup is portrayed by Kim Ji Woon. Kim Ji Woon, of course, did A Tale of Two Sisters. He did I Saw the Devil. Great director, really great director. Um, yeah, so let me just read what it says. So, Korean genre maestro Kim Ji Woon opens three with memories where a husband and wife with no memory of how they fell apart discover the terrifying truth behind their separation. In Thai filmmaker Nanzi Nimbutra's tale of guilt and jealousy, The Wheel, a puppeteer fears his marionettes are possessed by the spirits of those he has wronged. Finally, in Peter Ho Sun Chan's Going Home, a widowed police officer and his young son move into a new apartment and uncover the chilling secret behind their new neighbor and his seemingly comatose wife. Okay, yeah, so that I did not see. They all sound very interesting, but you can see how all of these movies are like incredibly disturbing short horror films, whether it's three or Three Extremes. Um, this is an interesting collection, actually. So you're getting like kind of like six short films, really. But both of the movies, whether it's three or Three Extremes, are getting 2K restorations by Arrow Films themselves, original 5.1 DTS HD master surround audio, and lossless stereo audio on both films. Reversible sleeve featuring newly commissioned artwork for both films. Let's see. So disc one, which is three, you get a cross-pollination horror part one, a brand new interview with producer and Going Home director Peter Ho Sun Chan. Recalling Memories, a brand new interview with Memories director Kim Ji Woon. Making Memories, a brand new interview with Memories cinematographer Hong Kyung Pyo. Between Life and Death, a newly edited interview with Going Home star Eugene Wan. Filmed in 2004 by Frederick Ambrosinin. Oh boy, I'm butchering that name. Kim Ji Woon, Memories from Beyond the Grave, an archival interview. Um, you have Peter Ho's Sun Chan, Cinema Without Borders, an archival interview, making a featurette, and that's it for disc one. And then disc two, which has three extremes, the movie I've seen, audio commentary on the segment Box by director Takashi Miike. That's fascinating to me. Cross Pollination Horror Part 2, a brand new interview with producer Peter Ho Sun Chan. Cooking Dumplings, a brand new interview with Dumplings director Fruit Chan. Something a Little More Beautiful, a brand new interview with Takashi Miike. Wow, that's awesome. Taste, Taboo, and Truth, a newly edited interview with Fruit Chan, filmed in 2004 by Frederic Ambrosinin. More Than Skin Deep, a newly edited interview with Dumpling star Bai Ling, filmed in 2005. Making a featurette for each segment, trailers for three extremes, and feature-length version of Dumplings. So, they did take Dumplings, which was the first film directed by Fruit Chan in three extremes, and they made a feature film out of it. So they basically extended it to make a feature film out of it. Of all of the three films, that movie I found to be the most disturbing. Interesting that they would make a feature-length film out of that. Yeah. So moving on from there, that double feature set actually is coming out in the US and Canada October 21st. UK is October 20th. That's actually something I really wanted. Now I don't know. Let me click on this. See. No, it'll be both regions. I don't know why I clicked on it to see if it was going to be region A or region B. The fact that it's getting a release here in the US and Canada means it's a region A as well. That's what happens when you're, 2 hours into the podcast. Let's see. Oh, Return of the Living Dead. Here we go. I really like this movie a lot. This is another film that got both a Blu-ray and 4K release from Shout Factory. Let me see, or Scream Factory, but it's Shout Factory. Now let me pull it up because I do want to do a little. Oh boy. So yeah, the Shout Factory release is stacked with special features. I've been wanting to get this movie in my collection for like 10 years. Ever since I saw the movie, I've been wanting the Shout Factory Blu-ray. The problem is I could never find it with the slipcover. That slipcover was so damn expensive. And then the 4K came out, and now it's tough to find it with the slipcover as well. And now I have an Arrow release 4K. So now I got to check out what the Arrow release 4K has that the Blu-ray may or may not have. So if you've never seen The Return of the Living Dead, it's great. It's such a great movie, especially to watch around in October. It's so great. Let's see. Freddy is on his first day of work at the Unita Medical Supply Warehouse when his coworker Frank decides to show off the airtight canisters filled with human remains in the basement. Lost by the military long ago, one of the canisters unexpectedly leaks a poison gas and sets into motion a full-scale uprising of the undead against which warehouse boss Bert, Mortician Ernie, and Freddy's punker friends may be the last defense if the zombies don't eat their brains first. Scored by an immortally cool punk/psychobilly soundtrack, The Return of the Living Dead has rib-tickling gags and gut-churning gore by the bucket load. Let's see. Disc 1 is the 4K UHD release. We've got, 4 audio commentaries. We have an audio commentary by writer-director Dan O'Bannon and producer-designer William Stout. We have commentary by Stout and actors John Calfa, Brian Peck, Linnea Quigley, Beverly Randolph, and Alan Troutman. We have another commentary by actors Tom Matthews and John Philbin and makeup effects artist Tony Gardner. And we have audio commentary by fans and filmmaker Gary Smart and Chris Griffin. The Origins of the Living Dead, an archival interview with author John Russo. The Effects of the Living Dead, an archival featurette on the special effects. Party Time, the music of Return of the Living Dead. Horror's Hallowed Grounds, an archival tour of the locations. The Dead Have Risen, an archival featurette with a bunch of the cast members. Designing the Dead, an archival featurette with O'Bannon and Stout, the Decade of Darkness, an archive featurette about 80s horror classics, deleted scenes from a VHS work print, theatrical trailers, and TV spots. And then we have Disc 2, which is special features. It says Disc 2, More Brains, limited edition exclusive Blu-ray. High definition of the 2017 feature-length documentary about the making of the film, featuring extensive interviews with cast and crew, a conversation with Dan O'Bannon, the final interview, deleted scenes from the documentary, Return of the Living Dead in 3 minutes, and then resurrected settings, the filming locations today. One of the songs has been replaced. So the song Deadbeat Dance by The Damned has been replaced due to rights issues beyond our control. Huh. I'm fascinated that is still an issue in today's society. So there is a Blu-ray counterpart which has all of what I just said. Let me take a quick swing over to the Shout Factory release, and looks like all of those commentaries, all those commentaries carry over. The work print release of the movie carry over. That documentary, More Brains, a return to the living dead. That documentary, which is an hour and 19 minutes long, that carries over. Let's see. Yeah, The Dead Have Risen, that carries over. The effects of the Return of the Living Dead. Yep, that carries over. Let's see. Party Time. Party Time carries over. Conversation with Dan O'Bannon, Horror's Hallowed Grounds, that carries over. Let's see. Yep, The Origins of the Living Dead, that carries over. So, in the Decade of Darkness. So you get all of the special features. Except maybe the Stills Gallery, but that's not a big loss for me, at least. Yeah, there's a Stills Gallery number 1 and Stills Gallery number 2 on the Scream Factory release that may not carry over, but the TV spots do, the trailers do. So once again, similar to what I was saying with In the Mouth of Madness, you do get pretty much all of the special features plus some extra ones too. Although in this case, I think it's just all of the special features. Yeah, it even may have the same restoration because it says previously restored in 4K. Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film. I'm assuming that's the same. So this may in fact be the same release. Although Arrow does a bit better job than Shout or Scream Factory when it comes to like authoring their discs. So it may look better. But I will see that when it comes out. Like I'll read the review and see if that's mentioned when it comes out. So The Sadness is already getting a release from one of the Vinegar Syndrome partner labels. Let me see. Which I think it's getting a release from Shudder. Pretty sure. Let me see. I have to go over to Vinegar Syndrome anyway, so I might as well go here now. Take a look at I got a release from a 4K release from Shudder. So I've already talked about this movie, and let's see. Yeah, I think it's all the same special features too. So I don't really have to talk about it because I talked about it when I did the Vinegar Syndrome release for whenever that was, a couple of months ago for In the Madness. So I don't have to talk about all that all over again. Trick or Treat Blu-ray Steelbook. It's coming with all the same special features as before, just in the Steelbook version of the Arrow release. So that is it. That's it from Arrow. Let's see. We've got Miss 45, Spawn, In the Mouth of Madness, 3/3 Extremes, The Return of the Living Dead, The Sadness, and Trick or Treat. Those are all coming out in October. All right. Man, 2 hours in and I'm winded. Let's see. Acres of Movies has said, "My pal saw your show and want to know if you are for hire for special features or commentary." I honestly have never done it before. Straight up, I've never done it before. My buddy Steven has never done it before, so I don't even know how that would work. To be straight with you, always up for it though, but I've never done it, so I don't know how it works. Do you want a Don Simpson biopic? Sure, why not? Let's get him a biopic about everyone. They make biopics about everyone. Why not? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Um, let me get my bearings. I'm losing my bearings here. We have to go. Let's see. We did Kino. We did Umbrella. We did Indicator, Eureka, Arrow. I think Imprint's our last big. Um, yeah, as our last big slate. Then a couple of then I have two singles here, one from Fun City, one from Flickr Alley, and then we'll hit the Vinegar Syndrome. So let's go over to Imprint's website and see what they've got cooking over there. I know they have their Imprint Asia line, and they're coming out with another 4K UHD release special edition. This time it's going to be Lifeforce. So Imprint Asia bundle pack from September of 2025. There's one in here that I am so excited about, I may lose my goddamn mind. We've got Picture Bride from 1994 and Autumn's Tale from 1987. And then we've got here Father Knows Best, a trilogy directed by Ang Lee, 1991 to 1994. These are Ang Lee's first three films. I've seen all of these movies. They're all excellent. They're all great. They're all must-own films. If you're a fan of Ang Lee, if you're a fan of good cinema in general, I think they're worth their weight in gold. I'm going to start with this film, with this release. So Father Knows Best, a trilogy directed by Ang Lee. Now this has obviously it's three films. It's let's see, Pushing Hands, astonishing film. My God, The Wedding Banquet, which just got a modern day remake, and then there's Eat, Drink, Man, Woman. All of these films are all dealing with family. They're all dealing with family. Obviously, it's a Father Knows Best trilogy, but it's more so about family in general. And Pushing Hands, which didn't have a Blu-ray release for the longest time, then finally got a Blu-ray release recently in who put this out? Pushing Hands. Was it? I think it was Film Movement. Yeah, Film Movement put out a Blu-ray in 2022 of Pushing Hands. With let me see what they had for special features. Just a filmmakers roundtable, and then a trailer. That's it. So I'm going to see what this has. Yeah, so this has a new interview with film scholar Michael Berry, Center of Gravity interview with writer director Ang Lee, and writer / executive producer James Seamus. This movie, I love this movie so much. I wrote about this in a paper in college in a history of China class. So in my history of China class, the paper we had to write was the parameters were such anything that has to do with China, anything, anything at all. So initially, I was going to write about the movie The Last Emperor. And then I switched it up to, I'm like, oh, I'm going to write something about Ang Lee. Now, I know Ang Lee is originally from Taiwan. There's a lot of political debate of Taiwan being part of China or not, all this kind of political stuff. But anywho, they let me do it. But then I was like, oh, I'm going to do something about, I'm going to write about his career. And then I was like, oh, that's too much. That's too much. And then I was like, oh, let me write about his Father Knows Best trilogy. And then I'm like, oh, that's also too much. Let me just concentrate on Pushing Hands, his first film in this trilogy. And that's what I wrote about. And I still have that paper to this day. And this movie is just so beautiful. Oh, this movie is so beautiful. A recently widowed Tai Chi master moves from Beijing to New York to live with his son and his family, but his American daughter-in-law is not pleased with the arrangement, particularly when he finds fault with how she manages the home. So what you've got here is obviously a culture clash. A culture clash of somebody who's obviously older generation living in the culture of China and all of that, coming here to the United States. with obviously a Western sensibility and the Western way of doing things and a completely different Americanized way of doing things as well. So you get a culture clash of all of that. And plus, you have the familial aspect of it being a father coming to live with his son, coming to live with his grandchildren, daughter-in-law, all this kind of, friction there, familial friction. Beautiful movie. I love this movie so much. I'm glad that it's getting a release in a box set specifically like this, because it's definitely worth it. Now let me check. It just says 1080p high definition presentation of the movie, so I don't know what type of restoration it got. Whether it's new, whether it's old, I have no idea. But next we've got The Wedding Banquet from 1993. I have this on DVD actually. There was a Blu-ray put out by Kino that's now out of print. It went out of print very fast. Hold on, let me check actually before I start making stuff up. The Wedding. Okay, that's not how you spell wedding. Yeah, so The Wedding Banquet. Yeah, it came out in 2017, and yeah, it went out of print pretty quickly. It's now out of print and goes for like hundreds of dollars. Um, no, Olive Films put it on, not Kino. Olive Films obviously not being in existence anymore probably led to it not why it's not in print. Let's see, it had one special feature. It had the Forbidden Passion featurette. Now, does this have it as well? This does have it. Okay, I want this so bad. I want this. I there's certain releases I get really, really excited about. This is one of them. Like so bad, like I want it now. So a gay businessman plans a sham marriage to a penniless Chinese artist in need of a green card to fool his conservative Taiwanese parents. His plan backfires when his parents arrive to plan the wedding banquet, forcing him to hide his true relationship. The winner of the Golden Bear Award at the Berlin International Film Festival and 5 Golden Horse Awards, the wedding banquet was nominated for an Academy Award and was a box office smash on release. So, and like I said, they recently remade this. Actually, I think it came out this year. In a more modern setting, in a more modern context with modern sensibilities. But overall, the core of the movie is the same, dealing with family and traditional and all this kind of stuff. I thought this movie was phenomenal, truly phenomenal. Um, yeah, so that's The Wedding Banquet. New interview with film scholar Michael Berry. Forbidden Pleasure, Passion, archival interview with writer director Ang Lee and writer executive producer James Shamus. Family Values interview with writer Ang Lee. Writer and director Ang Lee, Comedy of Remarriage interview with writer slash executive producer James Shamus, The Best Man interview with actor Mitchell Lichtenstein. Lichtenstein. Yeah, okay, and then we have Eat, Drink, Man, Woman, which has also been released on Blu-ray, which I think is also now out of print. Let's see, Eat, Drink, Man, Woman, which I actually do have. Yes, I do have this Blu-ray. And this was put out by Olive Films, and it has no special features whatsoever. So this will be a revelation because this does have special features. So the plot is a widowed master chef struggles to communicate with his 3 daughters, despite the dazzling and delicious array of culinary creations he prepares for them at the dinner table. Filmed on location in Ang Lee's hometown of Taipei, the film was nominated for an Oscar, a Golden Globe, a BAFTA, 3 Golden Horse Awards, and 6 Independent Spirit Awards, and is widely regarded as one of the greatest entries in Asian cinema. I would say so. I would say that's true. For special features, 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray, new interview with film scholar Michael Berry, A Feast for the Eyes, Ang Lee in Taipei archival featurette, The Essence of Life interview with writer-director Ang Lee, Father Knows Best interview with writer slash executive producer James Shamus, and theatrical trailer. But the real gem is the movies themselves. These are 3 excellent, excellent films from Ang Lee. This is the start of his career of Ang Lee, who would go on to do, Brokeback Mountain, amongst other films, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. He would go on to do, other films like that. But I've always been a big fan of Ang Lee, and Uh, Even Ang Lee's The Ice Storm. That's a movie. That's a movie. Uh, yeah, I'm just exhausted with my excitement. But this box set is high priority. Father Knows Best trilogy. You've got Pushing Hands, The Wedding Banquet, and Eat, Drink, Man, Woman. Eat, Drink, Man, Woman is a movie kind of like the description suggests. It's a father who's now a widow, struggling to stay in communication with his now adult children. His adult children have gone off to live their own lives. Which is a very real thing. This happens all the time, and it's tough for parents to maintain communication with their children who have gone off and lived their own lives, who have their own responsibilities, their own things to do, especially when they start getting married and having children and all this kind of stuff. It's hard to keep them in the fold, if you will. Um, so this movie deals with a lot of that real world type of stuff. Really great movie. Excellent film. Oh, what a box set. To be honest, it's the true crown of this release slate from Imprint. Oh, I almost don't want to talk about the other films, but I will. An Autumn's Tale. This is a movie I did get to watch. This movie stars Chow Yun-fat, who honestly was the king of 80s Asian cinema. It really was. A romantic drama from director Mabel Chung stars Chow Yun-fat, Sherry Chung, and Danny Chan. Is a heartwarming tale set in New York City filled with charm and a meditative look at the immigrant experience. When a naive young woman travels from Hong Kong to New York City to study and visit her boyfriend and discovers that he is leaving the city with another woman, her downstairs neighbor tries to help her adjust to life in a foreign city. Um, and in the classic kind of romantic comedy way, they end up slowly starting to have feelings for each other. There's this neighbor character is portrayed by Chow Yun Fat. Let's see, 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray from a 4K restoration. New commentary by film critic slash author Walter Chaw. Interview with director Mabel Chung. Interview with writer Alex Law. Music video trailer, theatrical trailer, international trailer. There you go. And that is An Autumn's Tale. It's a good movie. It's not bad. It's a kind of a classic inline movie with other romantic comedies that you've seen before. Let's see. So, Picture Bride, which I did not get to see, from 1994. With only a picture in hand, a beautiful young woman leaves behind all she knows for the far-off islands of Hawaii, and an arranged marriage with a man she has never met. Adored by critics and nominated for an Independent Spirit Award, this moving film stars Yuki Kudo and Akira Takayama and includes frequent Kurosawa collaborator Toshiro Mifune in his final film role. That in and of itself gets me to want to buy it. So 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray, audio commentary by director Kayo Hata. New The Memory of Water, video essay by film critic slash author Walter Chaw. New interview with Professor Daisuke Miao. The Picture Bride Journey featurette, theatrical trailer. And then we have Picture Bride sung by Yuki Kudo music video, and that's it. That's it. I did not get a chance to watch this movie, so I can't really comment on more of that. And then we have the movie Lifeforce, which is getting a big old deluxe 4K limited edition holographic hardbox. If you've never seen the movie Lifeforce, it's the Tobe Hooper film from 1985. It's kind of an alien vampire movie where aliens come down and start sucking the life force out of people. It's a cult. It's a cult classic. It's a cult classic. This box is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure many of you have seen this movie before. It says the original theatrical cut and longer director-approved international cut are both included on the 4K UHD in Dolby Vision and on Blu-ray, alongside hours of special features that dive into the fascinating story behind the making of Lifeforce. Now, I have the Scream Factory Blu-ray of this, and I'm not as big of a fan of this movie enough to double dip to get this big old deluxe set. But if you are a fan of this movie, and if you actually don't own it already, or if you want to double dip, go right ahead, because the extra collector's stuff here is is a lot. Is a lot. So you got a full color 27 by 40 one sheet. That's a full one sheet of the folded print of the original Lifeforce poster with double-sided printing of the alternate title, Space Vampires. A reproduction of the original 1985 press kit, a reproduction of the original 1985 lobby cards, a reproduction of the original 1985 Australian daybill, a reprint of the script, a 3D lenticular hard case housing all 4 discs. 4 disc set. This is an exclusive limited edition. I'm not going to go through all these special features because there's 4 discs of them. The third disc has the most special features. The third disc is, yeah, so you get both the 4K cuts of the international cut and the theatrical cut on 4K and Blu-ray, plus extras. Yeah. But it's mostly the super duper deluxe, collectible extras that you get here. That's really the selling point. So that is it from Imprint. Imprint Asia bundle pack from September of the Father Knows Best, a trilogy from Ang Lee, An Autumn's Tale, Picture Bride, and the super duper deluxe of Lifeforce, the Tobe Hooper film from 1985. 480. That's number 480. There's 480 Imprint releases. That's a lot. That's a lot. There's 30 Imprint Asia releases so far. Yeah, that's a lot going. It's a lot going. So now we have 2 one-offs, and then we get to Vinegar Syndrome and the partner labels. Trying to keep it under 4 hours. Let's see if we can make that happen. Every single time now, I'm trying to slowly shave off, certain titles here and there to keep things rather tighter on here. But we will see. We will see. So we have Fun City Editions is coming out with a new release. Let's see if I can find it. That is the one thing that's kind of a pain. Oh, excuse me. So they're putting on a movie called Goodbye Columbus. And if I can't find it on their Facebook page, I will go to their website to see if I can find it. If I can't find it there, we'll just talk about the movie Goodbye Columbus. Okay, so they don't have it on. They have it very briefly on their Facebook page, but not anything. Let's see. Oh, there it is. It says Larry Pierce's film adaptation of Philip Roth's Goodbye Columbus is coming soon to Blu-ray for the first time anywhere via Fun City Editions. Pre-order link and more details to follow shortly. Now that was July 11th. Let's see. See if there was anything past that point. It's just me scrolling on their Facebook page. Okay, here we go. So from July 27th, our final list of Goodbye Columbus extras and artwork by Tom Ralston will be revealed soon, but you can now pre-order the worldwide Blu-ray premiere disc. Thanks to Tom. Our buddy Scott Saslow worked on it. All right, awesome. Jim Healy, Bill Ackerman, Charles Fox, and the Paramount Archive. So yeah, this is a Paramount film. So let me go over it now. Let me click the link, go over to we click, so I'm over here on the FunCityEditions.com website. See what we got here. So this unorthodox and bittersweet comedy received an Oscar nomination for Best Screenplay based on another medium. So Best Adapted Screenplay. Philip Roth's best-selling social satire brings together Richard Benjamin and Ali MacGraw. Even though they're not exactly suited for each other, Neil is a poor Bronx librarian and Brenda is a pampered Jewish-American princess from Westchester. Benjamin and McGraw are superb in their debuts as the lovers who try to cross class lines amidst kisses and her parents' stiff opposition. One of the most appealing, poignant comedies ever produced. Transplanting Roth's first novella from the late 1950s suburban New Jersey to late 1960s Westchester County, New York, director Larry Pierce and screenwriter Arnold Schulman retained the bite and humor of Roth's observations of the Jewish American middle class, and the resulting film was a critical and financial success. In addition to the screenplay, the performance of Benjamin McGraw and Jack Klugman from TV's Odd Couple and Quincy M.E. As well as the title song by association were nominated for numerous film awards. This lush Technicolor cinematography is credited to Gerald Hirschfeld. For the first ever Blu-ray of Goodbye Columbus, the film has been remastered from a new 4K scan of the film's original 35mm camera negative, directed by Larry Pierce. Let's see, that's it. So we don't have anything in terms of extras yet. So we will have to wait on that. But this is, I'm assuming, coming out later this year, if not early next year. Doesn't really, yeah, I don't think we don't have a date yet. But I did get to see Goodbye Columbus, and it is an interesting, like the synopsis suggests, a look at the difference in social class. And it's interesting because it's not like a two sides of different tracks type of social class. The It's almost like they're on different levels within the same structure. Just one just happens to be lower, one happens to be higher. The Ali McGraw character is very much from a very wealthy background, uh, and kind of has all the comforts in life, if you will. While the Benjamin McGraw character is no, Richard Benjamin. Sorry, Richard Benjamin. The Richard Benjamin character is he's within he's within the same realm, just lower. It's tough to explain. For example, like he meets her at a country club. So he's at a country club. And the reason why he's at a country club is because his cousin is a member. So he's there with his cousin. So it's not like he's out of that world or completely unfamiliar with that world of the upper aristocracy. He's just kind of on the outside looking in, but he has an avenue inside of it. So I found that to be an interesting perspective. But he's also but he's not on the level of Ali McGraw, but he wants to be because they have this little romance thing going on. And the movie, plays with that, the different levels of where they are socially and the difference of levels of how that plays into their personal identities and personal life and whatnot. And the difference in the way their lives are in terms of their relationship with their parents is vastly different. Their relationship with their friends is vastly different. He's incredibly comfortable with being just a librarian and working in a library, and that's it. While she is much more interested in higher things. And yeah, it's an interesting, fascinating movie. I really enjoyed it. I really, really liked it. Jack Klugman, it was nice to see him in a movie role because by that point he was, doing like The Odd Couple and then Quincy M.E. and stuff like that. I know Jack Klugman had done movies before. He's in 12 Angry Men. Heck, I mean, he was in 12 Angry Men. So it's interesting kind of how that movie plays off of all of those aspects. So I really, really liked it. And then we've got the movie. Let me see. Let me go over to we go to. Then we have the movie from Flickr Alley. Let me see. Let me go over the Flickr Alley's Facebook page to see if it's there. If not, we'll find it on Blu-ray.com. But let's see. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 da. I need like elevator music because this dead space of me talking. Oh wow, okay. So Flickr Alley's okay. I'm oh la 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 la. Let's see. I don't know if Flickr Alley has a Facebook page. Anywho, we're on Blu-ray.com. We'll go here. Yeah, the movie is called He Who Gets Slapped, and it is a film from 1924, starring Lon Chaney, Norma Shear, John Gilbert. It's what a fascinating movie. I think you can watch it streaming right now. Okay, so the description: step right up, ladies and gentlemen, and let Flicker Rally and Black Hawk Films delight and terrify you with the strangest attraction ever beheld. Lon Chaney takes center stage as he, a tortured clown whose signature act is receiving an endless series of slaps to the face. Unbeknownst to the cheering crowd, however, he is disgraced scientist Paul Beaumont, who, robbed of his research and publicity and publicly humiliated by the evil Baron Renard, has spent the last 5 years intricately staging a most bizarre and twisted revenge. Well, kind of. Not really, actually. It mostly comes upon him by happenstance. So, originally a 1914 Russian stage play by expressionist author Leonid Andreyev, He Who Gets Slapped became a hit on Broadway in 1922 and was immediately targeted by Louis B. Mayer as the first project at his new studio, soon to be amalgamated as Metro Goldwyn Mayer, or MGM. Metro Goldwyn Mayer, sorry. Directed by Victor Jostrom, who directed The Phantom Carriage being part of the Criterion Collection. Chaney's tragic and deeply haunting performance, as he is seminal to a grand tradition of the very scary clowns. Kind of. It's not really. It's not a horror film, people. It's a horror film in other ways. It's a horror film in the sense of its tragedy, in the sense of its, tragicness of its character, of this clown, Paul Beaumont character. So yeah, he was originally kind of on track to be somebody, and then he was like the synopsis says, he was humiliated and he lost the love of his life, and he basically self-exiled himself to being a clown in a circus. And not only a clown in a circus, but a clown whose act is to literally just get slapped and make the crowd laugh because of it. So his pain is their pleasure. A lot of things going on here, as you can assume. And the fact that that's part of who he's become is incredibly sad and tragic. It's dealing with isolation, loneliness, self-hating, depression. This is 1924, people. This is not things that people really explored in real life, but this movie is exploring that, and it's portrayed very, very well by the great Lon Chaney. I was the man of a thousand faces, who would pass away just, I think, several years after this, tragically. I think he died of esophageal cancer, I think it was. But this movie is great. Anytime you get a restoration of a silent film, I think that's cause to celebrate. It's even extra cause to celebrate when it's a Lon Chaney film. I can't wait to see how this film looks. I really can't. I've been a fan of Flicker Alley for years, but I unfortunately don't have any of their releases in my collection yet. And I've been really, really wanting to get their stuff. But their stuff is a little expensive, but it's kind of understandable. They're putting out movies that have not really been given its due in other places, movies that are getting big time restorations through different foundations. The Film Noir Foundation, which is done by the Czar of Noir. Eddie Muller, he's worked with them with certain film noir restorations and Blu-rays and things like that. I've got to get my hands on them. I have a list of them I want to get, going even back to when we had Eddie Muller here on Chasing Labels 3 years ago. Now, I've been having a list of Flicker Alley stuff I want to get, but once again, they're putting out a lost classic. A Lon Chaney silent film. This is no small feat here. This is big, big news. I'm so happy that this is happening. Let's see what we've got here for special features, and then we will move on to the Vinegar Syndrome stuff. So, new restoration by Black Hawk Films from 2024, presented with 2 scores. Original piano composition by Antonio Coppola, original orchestral score by Alloy Orchestra, recorded live in 2013. Okay. The reason why you kind of see this on a lot of silent film releases is the original scores are gone. They're gone. Simply, they're gone. They were either done in person. Oftentimes, silent films had orchestral music that was done in person at the time, or just obviously the elements of the audio is just gone. As we all know, a good percentage of silent film is absolutely lost to us. just completely lost in time. It's one of the saddest things you'll ever hear. Watch These Amazing Shadows, the PBS documentary, and it'll change your life. Audio commentary by Emmy award-winning makeup artist and Lon Chaney expert Michael F. Blake. He Who Gets Smacked from director Max Sennett and director Lloyd Bacon. This comedic short stars Ralph Graves as Jimmy, a hapless department store clerk who accidentally volunteers for a professional boxing match. This is from 1925. Coco at the Circus, 1926. Will Coco and Fritz the Dog's circus act be replaced by a giant? Find out in this animated short from Max Fleischer's Out of the Inkwell series, directed by Dave Fleischer, features a stunning new restoration by Fabulous Fleischer Cartoons restored. Wow, that's kind of amazing. Leo the Truth and the Lion from 2025, an original featurette that explores the early days of MGM's beloved Leo the Lion. Yeah, this is the movie that actually got MGM's to create their iconic lion mascot thing. You know, at the beginning of MGM's films, they would have the lion do the roar through the symbol of MGM and whatnot. This is kind of the first time that became a thing. Like I said, this is like the first. This is not the first film released by MGM, but I think it was the first film made by MGM. It's one of those things. Look it up. Image galleries featuring production stills and promotional material. Booklet insert presenting an article by Thomas Gladys exploring the life of Victor Jostrom and the production of He Who Gets Slapped. And then you have limited edition spot gloss slipcover optional packaging upgrade with exclusive artwork available only at flickeralley.com. I gotta check that out. I love my exclusive artwork and slipcovers, so I gotta check that out. It is region free. There is a trailer for this, I think, on Flicker Alley's YouTube channel. So if you're interested, check that out. But this is definitely something I want to get. And this is coming out September 9th. So right around the corner, about a month or so from now. Big stuff. I love silent film. So let's move on now to the headliner, I guess you could say. Vinegar Syndrome dropped their August releases on August 1st, which was this past Friday. Now, that only gave me about 2.5 days to go through these, so I unfortunately did not get to go through a lot of them, or at least as many as I wanted to. That's the one problem with kind of doing this, strictly on this Monday, keeping the Monday schedule is, if something gets dropped on a Friday or a Saturday or a Sunday, doesn't give you much time to go through, especially a big slate of movies like Vinegar Syndrome does every month. So we will make do with what we got here. So let's go through the Vinegar Syndrome proper stuff, and then we'll go to the partner labels. So first up here is a 4K UHD release of Sergeant Kabukiman in NYPD. I think this is a Troma film, or it's either produced by Troma, made by Troma, or just distributed by them. Next, we have the films of Larry Fessenden, Volume 1, which is Habit and No Telling. I did get to watch these two, actually. Next, we have the movie Playroom, which is also the Larry Fessenden volume is a 4K UHD release. Playroom is a Blu-ray release only. Then we have Robo Warriors from their VSA line, the Vinegar Syndrome Archive. Then from Vinegar Syndrome Labs, we have Castle of Evil. And then we've got two cinematograph releases. One is a 4K UHD release of Mixed Blood, and the second is a Blu-ray release of The Woman Chaser. I got to watch both of these. And then Distrib had Confessions of a Psycho Cat and The Fat Black Pussycat. All right. So let's work. I'll just for the sense of time and my sanity, we'll talk about the things that I got to see. So we'll work our way back here. I got to see The Woman Chaser. This movie stars Patrick Warburton in, I think, the only thing he's ever really starred in or had to carry himself, because he's typically part of an ensemble cast, whether he's doing TV work, whether he's doing the voice on Family Guy, whether he's doing whatever, he's always in an ensemble. He was even the Tick in the live action Tick series from was it the late '90s, early 2000s. Um, Even then, that was more of an ensemble thing too. So Richard Hudson, Patrick Warburton, a shady used car salesman and aspiring filmmaker in living in 1950s Los Angeles, writes the script for his first film, a tawdry drama about a truck driver who kills a young girl, titled The Man Who Got Away. Hudson's path to becoming Tinseltown's newest auteur is fraught with challenges. His film is deemed uncommercial, his sexual trysts keep piling up, and his relationship with various family members manage to get worse by the day. Hudson will stop at nothing to see his vision through, even if it means destroying everything and everyone in his path, including Hollywood himself. Um, so the movie is done very much in a 1950s film noir way. It's shot in black and white. It's set in the 1950s Los Angeles. There's a narration that goes throughout the movie from Patrick Warburton. He's having sexual trysts with all kinds of women. This movie reminds me actually a lot of the Coen brothers. This movie came out in 1999, mind you, so it's got kind of that sensibility too. So it's like a 90s, 80s Coen Brothers comedy sensibility. Think of Barton Fink. Think of Barton Fink, and you kind of got that type of movie here. It's like they mention here, it's a show business comedy in the vein of Robert Altman's The Player and the Coen Brothers Barton Fink. That perfectly sums it up with a 1950s film noir vibe with Patrick Warburton. It's satirical, it's darkly comedic, it's a social commentary on Hollywood. It's all kinds of things. I rather liked it actually. The movie stars Patrick Warburton, like I said. You'll recognize probably some people who pop up in it, character actors and things like that. But let's get to the features. The Art of Insanity, a full-length alternate version of the film presented in color. That's fascinating to me. New commentary with writer-director Robinson DeVore, moderated by Cinematograph's Justin LaLiberty. New commentary with noir historians Elaine Silver and Christopher Coppola. Interesting, awesome. A deadly serious, a new video interview with actor Patrick Warburton. Biggest Little Movie, a new video interview with producer Joe McSpadden. Then you got theatrical trailer, the new text essays by critic Glenn Kenny, writer and podcaster Chris Cabin, and crime author Jesse Sublette. And then you also get the Woman Chaser paperback book written by Charles Wilford. All right, that's kind of awesome. It's 192 pages, so you get the book, you get the movie, got special features, you get the nice cinematograph. I put them all up on my shelf. You get the nice cinematograph, box design, all that kind of stuff. There you go. Let's check out Mixed Blood. So Mixed Blood is a Paul Morrissey film. And I say that as both a positive and a negative. This movie's not great. But let's see. Written and directed by New York City art scene and exploitation cinema luminary Paul Morrissey. Mixed Blood is a characteristically grimy descent into urban malaise that is often punctuated by moments of gallows humor, featuring an eclectic ensemble cast that includes the screen debut of John Leguizamo and Warhol superstar Geraldine Smith. Mixed Blood is an essential but often overlooked entry into the canon of independent films made on the streets of New York in the 1980s. Cinematograph is proud to present the world Blu-ray and UHD debut of Paul Morrissey's Renegade crime comedy from a New 4K restoration of its original camera negative. This movie is interesting. It's not great in the sense like some of the acting is really bad, some of the direction not great, some of the plot's not too good. It's more fascinating and interesting as a historical piece of like New York 1980s experimental independent cinema by Paul Morrissey than it is anything else, in my opinion. I'm just coming from the perspective of watching it for the first time and being familiar with it within the last 3 days. Like I just heard about it in the last 3 days. So like I'm no expert. don't come to me about this. But I know Paul Morrissey's work specifically with some other releases that have come along in the last few years. Let me check really quickly because I see. Yeah, he did. He did uh, blood. He did Blood for Dracula, which is just kind of great. So there's Flesh for Frankenstein and Blood for Dracula. Those are two Paul Morrissey films that I know. Um, those are way better than this, and those movies are notoriously campy, if you will. This movie it's campy unintentionally. Like it's unintentionally campy, whereas I feel like Blood for Dracula and Flesh for Frankenstein are also unintentionally campy, but it works so much better. This movie feels like like Paul Morrissey doing a 1980s version of West Side Story, but without it being a musical and without like real professional actors or anything like that. Um, yeah, some of the acting is just downright terrible in this film. Uh, but it's weird because you have these rival gangs that are like going at each other. So there's criminal violence, there's gang violence. There's like a familial aspect with one of the gangs because they're all kind of like found family type of situation going on. This movie's so hard to describe without you guys watching it. It really is. Um, and needless to say, I don't find myself jumping at the bit to buy this movie, um, without it being, like, radically on sale, and I don't know if that's such a negative thing to say, but it really is, like, it'd also be a movie that would you have to watch it with like-minded friends. Watching this movie alone at night by yourself is not probably the way to watch this movie, it really isn't, because you're gonna be probably bored and probably, like, being, uninterested in all the bad stuff that's in it and kind of ignore any of the good that's in it. There are people in this movie that reminded me of Tommy Wiseau in The Room. Like this movie at times felt like Tommy Wiseau's The Room in terms of acting and line delivery and dialogue. Like it's that level of bad sometimes. But then other times it's like I guess it kind of works. But man, it's you can tell it's real guerrilla independent 80s filmmaking at its core. Like non-professional actors doing stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going off now. I've gotta check out the special features. Let's see. So special features for the cinematograph release: 2 disc set, 4K Ultra HD, and Blu-ray. Blu-ray's region A. Sorry. New audio commentary with film historians Howard S. Berger and Stephen Mitchell or Steve Mitchell. Tremendous drama. A new video interview with casting director Leonard Finger. Nothing as wild. A new video interview with editor Scott Vicray. The Real Place is a new video interview with producer Steve Freiberg. Fireberg. The Brazilian on Avenue B, a new video essay by film historian Chris O'Neill. I would love to see what Chris O'Neill has to say about this movie. Um, Archival video interview with director Paul Morrissey from the Joan Quinn files recorded in 1994. Stills gallery of archival materials from the Paul Morrissey Film Trust. New text essays by culture writer Madeline Sutton, film historian Erica Schultz, and American experimental film expert Paul Letard, alongside archival images from the Paul Morrissey Film Trust. All right. So that is Mixed Blood. Let's see. So I didn't get to see Castle of Evil. I didn't get to see Robo Wars, although Robo Wars does star James Remar. I got to see the films of Larry Fessenden. Now, Larry Fessenden is somebody who I didn't know anything about. I didn't know anything about his work or who he was as a director or his style. So I kind of went to these movies completely blind. So you have the movie No Telling and the movie Habit. Rather different movies, to be honest. Let's see. So you have Lillian and Jeffrey are a seemingly happy couple who relocate to the country so that Jeffrey can focus better on his work, which Lillian knows little about. As she begins to investigate what Jeffrey spends his days doing in their shed, she discovers a trail of medical experiments that she can't explain. Eventually, their relationship begins to unravel, with both parties consumed by madness. So, Larry Fessenden's first feature-length film to be shot on film, No Telling reimagines Mary Shelley's immortal Frankenstein tale as an upstate chamber drama that gives way to something much more sinister, a prescient parable about man's relationship with nature and the darkness inherent in us all. Okay. Okay. That's a little overselling it, but also not exactly not true. It is playing on those themes, but nowhere near as in depth as that description would suggest. This movie is a lot like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, where this character of Jeffrey is becoming so obsessed with his medical experiments that he takes things overboard. Um, and yeah, it also it leads to the dissolution of this relationship, plus other things going on that are rather more sinister. Yeah. So and then there's the movie Habit. Recently single New Yorker Sam is mourning the loss of his father and navigating a lack of ambition while drowning his sorrows in alcohol. At a Halloween party, he meets Anna, a beautiful and mysterious woman who, it turns out, may also be a vampire. They two embark on a sexually fueled relationship that constantly feels on the precipice of boiling over into violence. Now, this movie has an interesting premise, but it goes on for way too long. Written, directed, and edited and sound edited by Fessenden, who also took on the leading role, Habit is a singular character study set in New York City in the mid 1990s, trading in canonical vampire lore while imbuing it with something much more frenetic and indicative of the film scene of New York in the 80s and 90s. Fessenden's film is an exercise in style and shot entirely on 16 millimeter. That makes sense. Who let's see. Oh, the cinematographer Frankie DeMarco was nominated for an Independent Spirit Award for the work on the film alongside Fessenden for Best Director. Vinegar Syndrome proudly presents Larry Fessenden's brooding tale of urban dread, newly scanned and restored 4K from its 16 millimeter original camera negative in a director-approved presentation. Um, yeah, I dug the melancholic vibe of this movie. Reminded me similar to, but nowhere near as good as Greg Araki's work of the 90s. It's not getting into the same themes, but it's got a similar type of existential vibe in it. And it's got that 90s sense of underground independent cinema. Obviously, this was shot in 16 millimeters, so it's, lower budgeted. Lots of film grain in there. You can't really help it with 16 millimeter. So I'm very curious what this would look like in 4K, if anything. Um, yeah, it's an interesting kind of journey with this character, but like I said, it felt a little long. Let me see actually what the length of the movie is. Let's see, Habit came out in 1995, so really dead center in the middle of an hour and 52 minutes. The movie's an hour and 52 minutes, and it's a little long. It's a little long for the movie drags, in my opinion. That's just me. Um, but let's see what we got here for special features. There's a 40-page perfect bound book featuring essays by Mallory Andrews, Justine Smith, and Isaac Feldberg. We know Justine Smith. Let's see, 2-disc set, 4K Ultra HD and Region A Blu-ray, 4K UHD presentation in Dolby Vision high dynamic range. This is mind-blowing because neither of these movies look particularly amazing aesthetically. I know, Habit got nominated for Best Cinematography. That's mostly for, like, mood and setting and things like that. But like I said, the movies were shot, 16 millimeter does not gonna look great in 4K. I mean, there's a few exceptions. I mean, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original was shot in 16 millimeter. That's been blown up to 4K, and you can see that there's tons of grain in that. So this is going to be very grainy, which is fine to me. I love film grain, but we will see. Newly scanned and restored in 4K from its 16 millimeter original negatives and a 35 millimeter blow up interpositive. Brand new commentary with co-writer director Larry Fessenden, moderated by Justin LaLiberty. Brand new commentary track with film writer Scott Tafoya. Archival commentary track with co-writer director Larry Fessenden. The making of No Telling and archival making of featurette. Behind the scenes footage with introduction by Larry Fessenden. That's 27 minutes long. That's a lot. White Trash, a short film from 1979, directed by Larry Fessenden. The early work of Glass Eye Pix, a sizzle reel with an introduction by Larry Fessenden. Reversible sleeve artwork. Okay, so that was That was for No Telling. Yeah, so let's see. So for Habit, let's see. Yeah, 4K UHD presentation in a Dolby Vision high dynamic range, newly scanned and restored in 4K from its 60 mil. Yeah, I saw that. 60 millimeter camera negative. Let's see, blah blah blah. Okay, brand new commentary track with historian Shelley Rowan Legg and culture writer Layla Taylor. Archival commentary track with the writer director Larry Fessenden. Looking back on Habit, um, archival interview from 2016. Gothic Corners, Habits, New York City. The Making of Habit. That's 24 minutes. That's a nice making of. Brand new audio interview with lead actress Meredith Snader. That's 54 minutes long. Wow. Wow. Okay. Brand new audio commentary with actress Heather Woodbury. Um, Habit, a short film from 1982 by Larry Fessenden. And then behind the scenes of the short film Habit, that's 6 minutes long. So this is a pretty extensive set. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Like I said, the other ones I didn't get to watch. So Sergeant Kabukiman from NYPD. I just curious if, yeah, from Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Hurst, creators of the Toxic Avenger, comes a different kind of superhero. Sergeant Kabukiman, NYPD, mixing high stakes action and spectacular car stunts, monstrous mutants, and trauma signature style of madcap gore and hilarious hijinks. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. It's a 3-disc set, tons of special features. Wow, there's a lot here. I'm not gonna go through all this because I didn't get to see the movie, so I figured I would cut down on time by actually talking about things I've seen. That makes a little more sense. Now we get to what I consider the crown jewel of Vinegar Syndrome, and that's the partner labels. Because some of these partner labels companies do the cinematic gods work of films here. So let me run these down, and then we'll get into the ones I did get to see. Like I said, I only had 2.5 days to get through some of these, and I didn't get through as much as I wanted to. I literally passed out last night, trying to watch movies. The last 2 days, I just burned myself out so hard. Like Saturday to Sunday, I was up all night watching movies. Just absolutely burned myself out. Um, and then it takes a while to recover. And then I didn't quite recover enough for Sunday. So by the time I got into movie watching mode, I was already like dead tired. So let's see what we got here. We have the movie. We have Connie or Canny. I never know how to pronounce it. Put out the movie Bona, which is really good. IFC Films put out Breaking the Girls. That is a Jamie Babbitt film. We're going to be talking about that. Um, AGFA, or American Genre Film Archive, is putting out Drugorama Video Party. Umbrella Entertainment is putting out the Emu War. Now, the Emu War they've already put out. This is just a re-release of the same disc, I guess, but just with different artwork. The artwork here is pretty funny. It's an emu holding a machine gun. Because once upon a time, Australia did go to war with emus and lost. It's a whole big history thing. But we have another release from Canny, which is actually selling rather fast, called Freeze Me. I was looking for this movie to watch, and I could not find it. I could not find it. Let's see, Gullspang Miracle, which is I think a documentary. Yeah, it's a documentary put out by Film Movement. We've got Music Box Selects, Just the Two of Us. Saturn's Course putting out Mike Crepitus, or I Never Left the White Room. That's what it's credited as if you go to Letterboxd. And then we have, I'm going to be straight with you guys. This is one of the most emotionally devastating movies I have ever seen in my life. And I've watched thousands of movies in my lifetime. And this movie destroyed me emotionally. It's a documentary called My Love, Don't Cross That River. It's put out by Film Movement. We're going to talk about it, but it's emotionally devastating. Pell the Conqueror is also put out by Film Movement Classics. That movie has Max von Sydow in it. I didn't get to see it, unfortunately. It's a long one. We have Permanent Damage by VHS Hitfest. We have Raging Grace from Brainstorm Media. We have Redlands by Decalogue. We have Revealer by Shudder. We have Hope Run. We have We Might As Well Be Dead by Hope Runs High. That's also selling rather fast, actually. And then we've got Winter Kept Us Warm by our friends at Canadian International Pictures. We have Young and Beautiful, which is a movie I've heard about since I think it came out in 2012, put out by IFC Films. And then we've got You're So Cool, Brewster, The Story of Fright Night by ETR Media. I think this is like a multi-part documentary about Fright Night. I didn't get to see it, unfortunately. It's actually not really streaming anywhere. I kind of thought it would be. But working our way backwards here, I did get to see Winter Kept Us Warm. I always make it a point to immediately seek out the stuff put out by Canadian International Pictures. Am I a little bit biased? Why, yes, I am, because the two guys who run Canadian International Pictures were guests here on Chasing Labels once upon a time. So I always want to support people who've been guests here on Chasing Labels, because if they took the time to be here, to come on here and to come on the channel and to come on the podcast to talk about, their work, their movies, whatever the case may be. I want to make sure to keep supporting them. You know what I mean? They also put out really good stuff. That's also true too. So we have the 60th anniversary special edition of this movie called Winter Kept Us Warm. So we're going back a ways. We're going back to 1965. 1965 Canadian film. I believe it's set in Toronto, which is as Canadian as you can get, I guess. Often described as the first LGBTQ plus film ever to screen at the Cannes Film Festival, David Sector's Winter Kept Us Warm was one of the first Canadian feature films to attract international acclaim, with its lovingly observed portrait of a burgeoning queer romance at a time when homosexuality was still illegal in the country, a milestone in independent film production. Sector's debut would go on to influence a wide range of Canadian auteurs, most notably David Cronenberg, who cites Winter Kept Us Warm as the film that inspired him to become a filmmaker. CIP is proud to resurrect this trailblazing classic with a 4K restoration. As you can tell already, this is an important movie for Canadian cinema. It's an important film for international cinema. It's an important film in general because not only it's obviously being LGBTQ plus film made in the 60s, but for inspiring David Cronenberg. That's pretty big. It's pretty big. So the description is as thus. Leaving his small town to attend the University of Toronto, introspective freshman Peter finds a campus steeped in tradition waking up to the radical politics of the 1960s. Following a disastrous first encounter, he connects with handsome and cocksure sophomore Doug, who quickly indoctrinates him in city and college life. But as their bond grows, Doug's girlfriend Bev feels increasingly cast aside and begins to question the nature of the friendship, pretty close. Tensions come to a head when Peter starts dating Sandra, forcing Doug to confront his true feelings and desires. So the movie is very subtle when it comes to those LGBTQ plus aspects of it. Very subtle, very underneath the main part of it all, very coded and stuff like that, similar to what Alfred Hitchcock did with the movie Rope in the late 1940s. Having all of this being buried thematically underneath it all to hide it from mainstream censors or whatnot. You also have the backdrop of the radical 1960s, which was a world of change, typically here I would say in the United States, but obviously on an international scale as well. So you've got all of this going on for this movie here, and what you get here is an interesting film, a very straightforward film on its surface, but like I said, a lot of things going on underneath. I believe shot in black and white. Fascinating movie. Let's get into the special features, which are a plethora of them. Hold on, I need to take a drink of actual water here before my throat completely collapses on me. All right. I am not going to be able to talk for at least a day after all this. So, newly scanned and restored in 4K. This is just on Blu-ray, by the way. No, it's not a 4K. Newly scanned and restored in 4K from the original 16mm A and B camera negative by Canadian International Pictures, with sound transferred from the answer print. So obviously, this movie is going through a lot over the years. So we're getting the best we possibly can in terms of a restoration. Let's see, new audio commentary by featuring director David Sector. That's awesome. New audio commentary featuring filmmaker John Grayson and author slash professor Thomas Waugh. I think it's Waugh. I'm not sure. Learning on the job. An interview with Sector. Uh, the actor as author. New interview with actress Joy Fielding. Winging It. New interview with executive producer Ronald B. Thompson. First score. New interview with composer Paul Hoffert. Um, After Winter, Hoffert reflects on the body of work, behind the scenes footage, outtakes and deleted scenes, unmade memory, Sector on Memory and Desire, the sequel he wrote but never shot. Oh, that's fascinating. Screenplay draft for Memory and Desire. Press gallery, theatrical re-release trailer. Love with the Proper Guppy is a new 2K scan of Sector's first short film. I love when they put short films as extras. And then we will look at this, what we got here. The Best of Sector and the Rest of Sector. A 58-minute documentary on David Sector's life and work with new introduction by director Joel Sector. A booklet featuring a new essay by Chris Dupuy and archival essay by Woff. I think it's Woff. I'm surprised this isn't a 2-disc set. Especially with that 58-minute documentary. Jeez. Well, the movie itself is only 82 minutes. I can kind of understand if you fitting on an extra hour documentary on there. It won't it won't compress the disc too much by having the disc have too much information on it. Especially if it's a BD50, I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be fine because it's a black and white film. It's probably got a it's a DTS 2.0 master audio, so that's not taking up too much space. The movie's 82 minutes, so you'll be fine. There are a lot of special features on here, though. But yeah, that is Winter Kept Us Warm. Very good film. Very good film. Let's see. Moving backwards now. Revealer. So Shudder. If you do have the Shudder streaming service, you can watch this right now. This is an okay film. I like the concept more than I like the execution of it. So tensions rise when a stripper and religious protester are trapped together in a peep show booth and must come together to survive the apocalypse in 1980s Chicago. Like I said, I like the premise. You've got an exotic dancer, as the modern terminology would be appropriate to, and then you've got this kind of religious protester, conservative person. They get caught inside of this adult bookstore where, of course, they have if you don't know this, in adult bookstores that sell like erotica and all kinds of adult things and whatnot, they typically in the back they may have areas in which some shows occur, and they get stuck in this bookstore, and they have to make their way out of it as the apocalypse is happening. And the whole movie is actually set within this bookstore. I think that's probably due to it being a rather low budget horror film. Not low budget, but low enough to the point where you can kind of tell they had to cut some corners. Being set entirely in one location, not a lot of special effects. And any special effects are more like practical effects and things like that. Fake blood, fake bodies. You can tell. You can tell. But they make their way out by going underneath. Because I guess this place used to double as a speakeasy back in the day. So there's all kinds of like tunnels underneath to where you can escape from, and something like that. So they make their way down there. Needless to say, like certain psychedelic things happen and whatnot, and it's the end of the world. You know what I mean? Weird things are going on at the end of the world. They've got to come together. They start to get to know each other. They start to have a friendship bond. All this kind of stuff. Like I said, I don't hate the movie at all. I don't even dislike it. But I can tell the movie had its limitations and had to work within what it had to work with, and that may have hindered it a little bit. But I still like the premise. We have 3 audio commentaries here. Audio commentary with Luke Boyce and actors Kato Ayes and Shayna Schutten. Audio commentary with director Luke Boyce, cinematographer Robert Patrick Stern, and production designers Sarah Sharp. Commentary with director Luke Boyce and co-writers Tim Seeley and Michael Moresi. Peep Show Prayers, The Making of Revealer, a 37-minute behind-the-scenes documentary with the cast and crew. Saints and Sinners, a video essay by Jessica Scott. Dark All Day, the full dance sequence. Here you go. Um, that is Revealer from Shudder. Then I did watch Redlands today. So, like I said, I passed out last night, woke up, watched Redlands, and then proceeded to go back to sleep. Um, and then I started my day. That's how my day went, and now I'm here with all of you. Um, so interesting, super low budget movie from 2014. Notice how I accentuated the word super, because this movie is the type of movie that you and your friends would make if you had a camera and an idea and wanted to make a movie. I know because I was one of them at one point. Um, this movie is fascinating in the sense that it's incredibly guerrilla, incredibly independent as independent can get. Like I said, it feels like somebody with a camera and an idea and a very rudimentary idea of how to make movies. And not necessarily bad in terms of how to make movies, but you can understand that they're limited by their knowledge, they're limited by their budget and capabilities. This movie is like something you would make with your friends and upload onto YouTube about 10 to 15 years ago. That's what this movie feels like. Not a lot of professional acting going on. Some dialogue is not really great. Screenplay not really that good. Some plot lines and character stuff really goes nowhere. It's a rough movie. It's a rough around the edges, but you can appreciate somebody out there at some point was like, hell, I want to make a movie and I'm gonna do it. And you got to appreciate that. You really do. As somebody who want to do that themselves, I appreciate that on a very personal level. Yeah, so this movie, let me get to the description of this movie called Redlands. The lives of three residents of Redlands, California intersect and ultimately collide in this claustrophobic exploration of radical creativity, sexuality, and violence in America. Vienna is a young alternative nude model who lives with her musician boyfriend, Zach, in Redlands, California, a bleak inland empire city 60 miles east of LA. Controlling and hypocritical, Zach uses Vienna's earnings to further his own musical career as Vienna attempts to build a creative life of her own. Their lives are forever changed when Vienna meets Alan, a balding middle aged amateur glamour photographer, unemployed and recently divorced. Alan's unassuming behavior camouflages his feelings of inadequacy and his building resentment towards others. Okay, so you've got these three people whose lives are intersecting, all being pulled in different directions. You've got Vienna and her boyfriend, who have an interesting relationship, if you will. Um, he's kind of using her as a way in which to fund his musical career, and she is kind of okay with that. So he's kind of a user. He's kind of an abuser, kind of somebody who is probably not someone you should be with. If that's really the main reason they're being with you is to get stuff from you. She is trying to be explorative with her own creative ideas. And then you've got Alan. Alan, who, in my opinion, may be the only semi-professional actor in this movie. And he is going through, like this synopsis suggests, a lot of problems. And the way he's channeling his problems may not be the best thing in the world, but I'll leave that up to you if you ever do see this movie. This movie's not streaming anywhere. This movie's not available on disc anywhere. Um, I don't even know how I was able to find it, to be quite honest with all of you. Um, yeah, I don't even know how. Um, I would love to interview the person who runs the catalog to see how they found this movie and how they got wind of it, because it's super like super obscure film. Um, it reminded me it reminded me a lot of Jane Schoenbrun's first film. Um, what was her first film? Wasn't On Our Way to the State Fair, or what's let me see. It's even more indie than that. See, Jane, yeah, We're All Going to the World's Fair. That's the movie. It reminded me a lot of that, but even more low budget, more independent, more guerrilla style filmmaking. Like when I mean guerrilla style and like independent and low budget filmmaking, I'm talking like the way scenes are shot, there's no coverage. It's just wide shots of people reciting lines and that's it. You know what I mean? There's no real shot reverse shot. There's not a lot of coverage. There's not a lot of professional lighting in this. You can tell. You can tell. If you watch enough movies, you can tell the difference between professional or even any lighting and no lighting. You know what I mean? As someone who made a movie that didn't use lighting, I know what it looks like. Well, I didn't make a movie. I assisted a friend who was making a movie, and we didn't use lighting on it. Um, so you can tell the difference, you know what I mean? And there's even a scene where the Alan character is talking, and he has this whole scene of him talking on the phone with his credit card company, right? He's talking with his credit card company, and then, um, what's their name? And then Vienna and her boyfriend walk in off screen, and like that's them entering the scene. Like there's no like scene of them like knocking on the door to come in. There's no scene of them like entering his house. They just walk in off screen. And you can tell that's real just, slapping things together filmmaking. It's quite charming, if you will. Real stuff. Like this is stuff you show at um local like coffee houses to like small crowds in in your neighborhoods and stuff. Like this is really independent stuff on the street. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. The fact that the catalog is putting this out is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So we've got some special features here: extended scene, deleted scene, additional short films by the director John Brian King. We've got model test, night and day, evidence, night and day again. Um, we've got desert mass, Nada, Phoenix, Yolanda, Blue, Locust, The Spider in My Brain. And that's it. I would have loved to have seen like maybe like an interview with the director or something like that, or even an interview with the actors, man. I don't know what these people are doing this day. But anywho, the reason why I watched this, you may be wondering why. First of all, I like the catalog. I like the stuff they do. I like the person who runs it and all that kind of stuff. But this is already down to standard editions. So I'm like, people must have really bought this up because it only has 500 units. So all of those have sold out already. And now it's down to standard. And there was a limited edition slipcover and a zine bundle. And that only had 100 copies. And that's completely gone. Limited edition is gone too. There's a few here whose limited editions are gone already. That is one of them. Let's see. Yeah, Winter Kept Us Warm is still. It has about, let's see, that's 600. Yeah, 615 units left as of this recording. Revealer. Let's see. Revealer has 116 left in the limited edition, so people have been buying. Yeah, Redlands, like I said, is already down to standard editions. Let me move on to what else I got to see. Actually, we're gonna do it now. So, My Love, Don't Cross That River. I haven't had a good cry or several cries in a movie in quite some time. This movie made me weep several times. So I want to give people warning of that. If you are a particularly sensitive movie watcher, if you are an emotional movie watcher, if you have a lot of empathy in life with people and situations and stuff, if you have lost a close friend, family member, a pet, if you've lost anyone close or anything close to you recently, or even just in general, this movie may hit you really, really hard. This is a Korean documentary from 2014. Um, yeah, let me read the description. A blockbuster in its native Korea, where it would go on to become the country's most successful film of all time. My Love, Don't Cross That River presents an unforgettable story of true love that transcends both generations and cultures. In quotes, 100-year-old lovebirds. Jo Byung-man and Kang Ki-hyol have been inseparable companions for 76 years. Observing this fragile couple for 15 months, director Mo Young-jin acts as a fly on the wall, capturing the tender moments of their twilight days as the two face the inevitable reality that their time together will soon be approaching an end. Now, I don't have to spoil this for you, but I'm going to anyway. It does indeed, and it hits like a freight train. Oh my goodness, it is so gruelingly sad. This movie is 86 minutes long, and it's just hammer after hammer after hammer in your heart of watching this couple who have been together for 76 years. 76 years. Do you know how long that is? 76 years is incredible. So the man, um, so the husband is 98 years old, approaching 100. The wife is a little bit younger than him, but still, they've been together for 76 years. And to be with anyone, whether it be a romantic marriage or whether it be a relationship, whether it be a friendship, whether it be anything, to be with someone or anyone for 76 years is incredible. It is absolutely incredible. This movie makes you think a lot about those things. It makes you think a lot about relationships, friendships, romantic, and whether they be romantic or not. It makes you think of family. It makes you think of life. It makes you think of everything. This movie is about everything. And I don't even know if that's its intention, but it just makes you feel that way. If you have an inquisitive mind, if you have an existential mind, this movie will move you to tears. And my goodness, just thinking about this movie is just emotionally devastating. Because you see the slow degradation of this relationship. Because, spoiler alert, one of them is passing away very slowly, and you can tell very early on that it's going to happen. And watching this movie, it's hard to watch that because you feel so much empathy towards this woman who's watching literally her best friend slowly pass away. Um, and it's just utterly devastating. It's utterly devastating, and my goodness, what a film! Let me put it this way: immediate 5 out of 5 stars on Letterboxd for me. Like, it's just what a movie. After watching this film, I didn't want to watch anything else. I had to because I have to do it here for Chasing Labels. But after watching this movie, when you get hit by a movie so hard, this happens to me sometimes. It happens to me with really good films. There are movies that come along that have such an impact on you that they will then ruin movies for you for the next little while because you're not going to get something this good. It's so true, it's so genuine, and so real life. My goodness. And all you're saying is 15 months in the life of these people, and you can feel every little thing in it. Oh, it's so genuine. Oh, oh God, devastating. Let's get to some. Unfortunately, I was gonna say let's get to some special features. Unfortunately, there's nothing. So this is put out by Film Movement. Yeah, Film Movement, and all we get is deleted scenes and a 16-page booklet with an essay by film critic Justine Smith. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, I love to see Justine Smith show up. And I was reading Justine Smith's review on Letterboxd for it, and she also gave it a very high rating. I think she saw it when it came out. Um, so I'm glad that she got to write about it because it's a very impassioned review, similar to what I was saying of how good this movie is. But that is the movie, My Love, Don't Cross That River. And you can, after watching the movie, that title hits you like a brick. My goodness. Oh, I almost don't want to, I can't talk, like everything else I've watched is not even close. Oh man. So, so another documentary, I didn't get to see this, but I wanted to, is the Gull Spang Miracle. This is put out by Film Movement as well. I don't know what's going on with Film Movement. They decided to put out like really good documentaries. Well, I didn't get to see this because I just ran out of time. But it's let's see. I just want to read the synopsis for you guys. A seemingly divine premonition leads Norwegian sisters Carrie and May to buy an apartment in the small Swedish town of Gullspang. To their surprise, the seller looks remarkably similar to their older sister Astrid, who committed suicide 30 years earlier. What's even more odd is that this doppelganger used to go by Lita, the same nickname as their deceased sister. So this is a documentary, actually. For special features, there's an interview with Maria Fredriksson, who's the director, 16-page booklet with an essay by entertainment journalist Sarah Clements, um, and that's it. But I just found that interesting. I really want to. I still want to check that out. It's a Norwegian film. Yeah, is it? Yeah. Oh, Swedish. Sorry, Swedish film. My fault. So let's see. Starting, I'm losing my mind here. Let's see, we are close to the 4 hour mark, so probably gonna end up hitting it. So let's see. I wonder. Let's see what else I want to talk about. I still got some time. Why not? So, like I said, Freeze Me. I really wanted to see. This is another Canny or Connie film. Oh, this is already down to standard editions too. Okay, 280 left. There was 1,000 limited editions, and they're gone already. Huh. All right. So this is a Japanese exploitation film from the 2000s. So Takashi Ishii's Freeze Me places a heavier emphasis on stasis, anger, and haunting effects of sexual assault than is usually customary for the rape revenge genre. Icy, shocking, and carried by Harumi Inoue's bold performance, the film also serves as the culmination of sorts for director Ishii's formalism and his time in Nikatsu. Shot on 35mm for a small budget shot on 16mm, sorry, where I got 35 from. For a small budget on the studio's soundstage, this is a bitter, confrontational work that isn't easy to recommend to all, but nonetheless lingers in the mind of one of its director's most refined women in peril films, inviting allegorical readings that complicates its own base function as provocative and emphasize the horrors of Japanese patriarchy. I really want to see this movie. It sounds like Lady Snowblood. It's like Lady Vengeance, Lady Snowblood. It sounds fascinating. All right. For special features on this release, there's a 2K restoration and an interview with the cinematographer Yasushi Sasakibara. Booklet with new writings by Sam Deegan. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, now let me get to. Okay. So the Emu War, which is I've always wanted to see this. This is streaming on Tubi, so you can watch it if you want to. I guess I could too. Based on the real-life tale when Australia declared war on the native emu, the Emu War is a hilarious farce for fans of Sharknado and Snakes on a Plane. Yeah, it's in that vein. Yeah, and Umbrella put this out years ago. There's an audio commentary with writer-director Jay Morrissey, Lisa Feinberg, and John Campbell, and writer-creator Jonathan Schuster, and a visual effects breakdown, deleted scenes, the Emu War 2018 short film. Okay. Let's see. What else did I get to watch? Oh, I got to watch Breaking the Girls. So Breaking the Girls is a film. I thought this was going to be a lot better than it actually is. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's great. It's got some problems, but we're going to get into it. So Breaking the Girls is the story of a university student named Sarah who, when slandered by a hostile classmate, is befriended by the manipulative Alex, who proposes the perfect untraceable crime to kill each other's enemies. When Alex actually goes through with it, Sarah finds herself being framed for the murder. So what we got here is a little Hitchcock type of movie we got here. It's a little strangers on a train situation. You take care of my problem, I take care of your problem, and nobody will be the wiser. Well, there's a little twist in there when the other person frames you for the crime that you committed. That wasn't according to the plan. So this movie is directed by Jamie Babbitt and written by Guinevere Turner. Now, these names may be ringing a bell in your head because they're ringing bells in my head. So Jamie Babbitt directed the movie But I'm a Cheerleader. which is a great movie. I love that movie. I have the Blu-ray. Lionsgate's putting out the 4K soon, which I'm super excited about too. But I'm a Cheerleader is excellent. This movie carries over some of those similar LGBTQ plus themes. So what I mean by that is this movie has a lot of sexiness in it, or just sex in general. So you have Agnes Bruckner and Madeline Zima who play the characters in this movie. They don't really give us the. So Alex is Madeline Zima, um, and Agnes Bruckner is what's her name? Let me go check. I forgot. I always forget the names of characters. Yeah. Oh, Sarah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. 4 hours into this, and I'm losing my mind. So 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 they start a little bit of a romantic relationship that obviously goes south pretty quickly, because of this little pact that they have. You also have Sean Ashmore in the film as well. Sean Ashmore, who was in the X-Men movies as Iceman. He was also in other stuff. He has his his identical twin brother Aaron Ashmore was in other things too. But Sean Ashmore was Iceman in X-Men 2, X-Men: The Last Stand. Um, and he's in the X-Men. Yeah, he's in X-Men as well. He was in the movie Frozen. Not the singing movie, not the animated movie from. He was in the Adam Green film Frozen, which I think is an underrated horror film in my opinion. But Aaron Ashmore, his brother, was in Smallville as Jimmy Olsen. Ironically, is that Sean Ashmore was also in Smallville in an episode as one of the Freaks of the Week, one of the bad guys of the week that shows up. Um, I think in the early seasons, maybe season 1 or season 2, something like that. And yeah, so he's in this as well. And what you got here is a movie that plays a lot like it plays like a teen. I think it's not a teen drama, but it plays like it. It plays like Cruel Intentions. It plays like a CW teen drama, like a Gossip Girl or something like that. Just an R-rated version of it, where you've got these twists and turns and backstabbings and things like that. It got a little bit of a 90s, 2000s thriller vibe to it. Like I said, just kind of like gratuitous sex for the sake of it, which I feel is like a 90s and 2000s thing too. Like I said, I thought the movie would be better with Jamie Babbitt directing and Guinevere Turner writing. Guinevere Turner, for those of you who don't know, she wrote the screenplay for American Psycho. That's why I always have been a big fan of her. But yeah, this movie's not quite as good as the premise is. Some of the dialogue and some of the acting isn't great. Some of the plot twists and turns are mind-bogglingly dumb. It's like I don't know. It's almost like too much in the movie. Too much. Uh, Yet again, didn't mind it, but it's kind of it's like a 2.5 out of 5 on Letterboxd in my opinion. But I felt like it could have been better. Could have been better. Um, let's see what else do we've got here. Let's see. Let me get rid of that. Let me go to the special features. My bad. So this movie came out in 2012. We have a new audio commentary with director Jamie Babbitt, new video interview with director Jamie Babbitt, archival video interview with Kirk D'Amico, actress Agnes Bruckner, actress Kate Levering, actress Madeline Zima, and actor Sean Ashmore. Let's see. I think Madeline Zima is actually very good in the movie. I'm not very good, but she's good in the sense that she's conniving, she's evil, she's twisty, she's seductive. She plays a really good femme fatale, but you can tell right away she's got ulterior motives. Like you can tell she's evil right away. Yeah. So let me see what else we've got here. So that is Breaking the Girls, being put out by IFC Films. If you're a fan of Jamie Babbitt, check that movie out in general. If you like, it's not quite like, but I'm a Cheerleader, but it's got some similar themes, I would say. Definitely with LGBTQ plus representation. And then last but certainly not least for me is the movie put out by Canny or Connie called Bona. Now this is available to stream on the Criterion channel. And this is an interesting film. So, Bona, a middle class girl from the Philippines, is obsessed with Gardo, a bit actor in low budget films. When she decides to drop out of school to follow the object of her infatuation, her furious father casts her out, and Bona moves in with the actor in the Manila slums. At first delighted to play house, the young woman soon finds herself not the wife, but rather the maid. At the mercy of Gardo's every whim and desire, yet intent on enduring his unending parade of conquests, in the hopes of finally being seen, produced by its iconic superstar Nora Honor as a subversion of her own fame at the time, and brought to life through Lino Brocka's trademark blend of high stakes melodrama and keenly observed social realism. Bona is a masterpiece of Filipino cinema. It unfolds as a troubling character study at the intersection of fandom, sexuality, and martyrdom. In a country where fanaticism, both political, pop culture, and religious, remain driving societal forces. After premiering at the 1981 Directors' Fortnight at the Cannes Film Festival and long thought lost thereafter, Bona makes its triumphant return in a new 4K restoration. Yes, this movie was thought to be lost. Um, and they discovered it, and it's gone through rigorous restoration processes over the last several years. And here we have it once again. And it's a really great movie. It's a really great movie. Pretty much everything you just this description, this little blurb here just said, is very accurate to this movie. It is playing on a lot of themes of women within a patriarchal society and all this kind of stuff. It's really, really good. It's fantastic. It's a movie that is unbelievably contemporary in its time, and it's really, really great. Let's see, 2 disc set, 4K Ultra HD, Region A Blu-ray, dual disc set including one 4K UHD disc with feature in HDR Dolby Vision and one 1080p Blu-ray disc with feature and extras. A new interview with assistant director Jarek Soriano, new interview with actor Nanding Joseph, and let's see, what else do we have here? Ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh, I lost my place. Q&A with Alan Braca at the Academy Museum of Motion Pictures from 2024. Bonus short film, Superfan, from 2009. And that is it. And this is put out by Canny or Connie. I got to figure out how that's pronounced one day because I can't keep doing both. So that is it from kind of my perspective of everything that's going on. A couple of things I'm interested in here from the partner labels. Couple of things I did get to see, like for example, Bona and Breaking the Girls, and My Love Don't Cross That River. I really still want to see Freeze Me. I really want to see We Might As Well Be Dead. And then of course there's the Canadian International Pictures release of Winter Kept Us Warm. The IFC Films release of Young and Beautiful. Young and Beautiful I've wanted to see since like 2013. Should probably watch that someday. But that is kind of it for me from my perspective. Go to vinegarsyndrome.com's website, browse around, see what things you may like from there. Like I said, there's always treasures and gold to be found within the partner label realm. Um, yeah, it's really great stuff. So I think that's pretty much it. Let me go check my notes one last time to see if there's anything that I missed out on. I don't really think so. And if I did, I'm too damn tired to talk about it now. Let's see. Let's see. Yep, we talked about all that. We talked about the cinematograph releases. We talked about that. Yep, we're good. We are good. We are good, everyone. So this has been Chasing Labels, episode number, spine number 170. Thank you all for joining me here. You can find this episode available on in audio form anywhere podcasts pretty much can be found. Apple Podcast, Spotify, etc. Google, I think. Obviously, you can find the live stream here on Chasing Labels YouTube channel. Things that are upcoming here, or things that have just happened. We just did a new episode of Movies Down Memory Lane, where I I, Stephen Billings, and our friend Dan Skip Allen all get together and talk about a specific movie that means a lot to us throughout our lives for a very personal reason, I guess you could say. Our friend Dan just chose the movie Spotlight, which came out about 10 years ago and dealing with all kinds of things in the Catholic Church, specifically here in New England, where Dan is from and where I currently am from too. So it was very kind of a personal, interesting film from my perspective and his perspective too. But of course, we will be having another one of those episodes in 2 weeks from now, where we will be talking about the movie Field of Dreams. We're talking about Field of Dreams. Also in 2 weeks from now, which will be a date that I have to look up, which will be the 19th. Yeah, oh boy, it will be the 18th. It will be the 18th. I will have a new Chasing Labels up at that time. I'm assuming by that point we will have at least Criterion will be having their announcements between then and now. They usually do it about mid-month, so it'll be that time of the month again. And I guess stay tuned for anything else that's going on here on Chasing Labels. As you can see here, I have a Chasing Labels t-shirt. Our merch store is still in progress. We're still ever so close to finally announcing and dropping links and stuff like that for our merchandise store for Chasing Labels and other movie related type of stuff. There will be, t-shirts and, you know, long sleeve, short sleeve, mugs, things like that. The usual stuff. But I've got my Chasing Labels shirt on right now to represent it, of course. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for supporting us here on Chasing Labels. And hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.